and welcome to Sewing Street on Sunday morning. Now, I know you might be confused because it's supposed to be Vic's today, but she's got a really bad cough. She's come back from holiday, terrible cough. So we've had a little swap until she feels a bit better tomorrow. So I was supposed to be doing tomorrow and she was supposed to do today. So just in case you're confused. Anyway, but it's all good. It's all good. I've got lovely Amanda Little on as a guest today, so I've got a treat. I used to work with her on Sewing Quarters, so it's really nice to be back with her today. But let's start off this beautiful, bright and hopefully not rainy Sunday morning with our fab early bird. Look at the size of it. It's massive. There we go, early bird. Now, in this pack, there are £17.99. Now, that's the normal price. We will be dropping it in a moment. 60 sheets of felt. 60. They're A4 size. Well, 300 by 230. Look at them. So you've got, as far as colours go, you've got all the whites. You've got lots of black, all the greys and brown. So that's your kind of, if you're doing animals, you know, or the basic ones, then you will need the blacks. I'm going to lay them all out to you. So they give you lots of the neutral colours and the browns for animals and things. Then you get flesh, very useful because a lot of people do use felt for making toys, dolls, perfect for that. And then look at all the colours we've got. Light pink, 4 sheets of. Bright pink, 4 sheets. Purple, light blue, royal blue. Look, it's still going. We've got evergreen, super bright lime green, sunshine yellow, pillar box red, and tangerine orange. Look at that. All of those. So if you like making things from felt, if you do felt applique, maybe you go into a school or you've got a church group or you've got a craft group, absolutely perfect for that. So all of these colours, you've got 4 to 5 sheets of each of the colours. So normal price £17.99. So Ben, welcome to the producer, Ben, this morning. What are we reduced to? £8.98. Half price. I thought you were going to say $14.99. $8.98, half price. So if you love craft sewing or felt sewing, or if you're doing things with children or groups where the felt is really useful, to be able to get that for £8.98 for 60 pieces. They're all 20 by 30 centimetres. Now, this is acrylic felt. It's a really nice soft felt because there are acrylic felts and there are acrylic felts. Some are quite stiff. This is quite a nice soft one and it's not see-through. I've got a pack of felt that I bought off another website because I needed a big pack, and they're actually see-through and really super stiff, but this is quite a nice soft, you can see, sort of a flexible one. So maybe you're doing applique onto things, maybe you're doing pictorial applique, or you just want to applique some flowers around the bottom of your jeans, or you want to make needle cases, things like that. They're also really useful sheets of felt like this when you want to add a little bit of body to something. So maybe you're making like a needle case or a book cover and you don't want it to be super squishy with the wadding, but you need it to have a bit of body, then use felt for that because really, really easy to sew through and just gives it a little bit of weight. And with all of these colours, you can choose something that goes with your fabric so that it doesn't show through. It's fantastic. I use it a lot when I just want to add a tiny bit of padding because I use it for quilting through. It will go through the machine super easy. So where you only want a little bit of body, maybe you're making a bag and the flap of it, you want just a little bit stiffer but without the squishiness of a wadding. It's ideal for that, so you can just use it for that, but with 60 pieces you've got more than enough to play with. So you've got 4 to 5 sheets of all of these different colours. How many colours have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 different colours. 15 colours, 60 sheets in total. They're all 23 by 30 centimetres. Now, we had, to give you a quick stock update, a large stock of this. Half of it's gone. And nearly all of it is in baskets. So if you want this, there's loads of you are multi-buying, and that's really worth it because this is going to last you. You know, you've got 60 sheets, but if you're doing a lot of craft a applique. Or if, you know, like I say, you're working with school groups, this is such a good price. I don't think you'll get this in the shops for £8.98 for 60 sheets. You have a shop around, but make it quick because over half of it has been checked out. The other half, almost the whole of the other half, right, the whole of the other half is in basket, so you need to get this checked out. I was going to say this price will go up again at midnight, but I don't think it's going to even last the next 10 minutes, to be honest. But worth getting. If you've got one, put another one in your basket because this is going to last quite a while. And remember, you don't need to just use it as is. It does work as a really nice, very, very lightweight wadding when that's all you want. Maybe you're making like a coin purse or a cosmetic purse where you just want a little bit of body because you'd like to do some quilting, but you don't want to add too much bulk. Felt is ideal for that. £8.98. Anyway, I will leave that with you because it has nearly gone. Check out, if it's in your basket, you need to check out. But anyway, menu, let's see what's coming up today on today's show. Now, 8 o'clock. Oh, we've got lots of Ben bundles. So Ben, our Fabric Meister, colour coordinator extraordinaire, has put together a load of fabric bundles, all under £10. So if you want to stock up on some fabrics, we've got bundles of plains that all coordinate. We've got prints and plains. We've got bigger bundles. They are all under £10. So if you want to stock up, and Ben is brilliant at colour coordination. So we will have a little look in a minute at what he's put together for us. 9 o'clock, we have got Amanda Little with us, who is, as you know, a fantastic quilt designer. She has got 2 brand new original quilts designed and made by her in different colourways. The first one at 9 o'clock is the winter quilt. Now, this is part of a series that she's going to be doing of seasonal quilts. So, the winter quilt, it's like a pixelated snowflake. Now, I had a chat with her just before we went on air. She says it's super simple to do. Ideal if you want simple block piecing, and then you want to add some quilting too as well. She's going to be taking a step-by-step how to do it. Now, this is the colourway that she's made up. We've also got it available in 2 other colourways. We've got it in a lovely red version if you want something a bit more dramatic, and we've also got it a really nice pastel print for a prettier version. That's at 9 o'clock, and Amanda will be going through it all. We've got quilt kits, but we've also got instructions on their own if you want to use your fabric stash instead. 10 o'clock, carrying on for that, it's all about the Quilting Essentials. So we'll be going through all the tools that you'll need to do quilting. So if you've not done any quilting before, you wonder what you need, it will all be in the Quilting Essentials show, including some fantastic thread bundles. They are amazing. Now, they are already available on pre-order, so I'm just warning you. They are a fantastic price. It's a way of getting incredibly well-priced thread in bulk. That's at 10 o'clock amongst the others. 11 o'clock, Amanda will be back with us with another beautiful quilt, the Pinwheel Quilt. So if you've always wanted to have a go at pinwheels, this quilt features big pinwheels and little pinwheels. The beauty of them is they use a layer cake. So you use a layer cake for the print, and then you use 2.5 meters of plain fabric for the background. The instructions will be available on their own as well if you want to use your own. But if you've bought a layer quilt cake in the past just because you love the fabric and are now thinking, I wonder what I'm going to make with that, this Pinwheel Quilt will be ideal for you. And at 12 o'clock, we have got deals on pre-cuts. I've stacked a lot of them behind me. So we've got jelly rolls, we've got fat quarter bundles, we've got layer cakes, all sorts. That's just a small sample, that's not the whole lot. I just put them behind me. So it's deal, 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 Sunday deal day. All about the pre-cut. But anyway, this hour, just to warn you, the early bird is about to sell out. So if you want that felt bundle, we've got 3 left. If you want that special half price felt bundle, we have 3 left. So be very, very quick if you want one. Right, let's get on with the under £10 bundles. Now we're going to start off with the monochrome. Very, very useful. So you need this, don't you? 1/2 metre of black, 1/2 metre of white. Normal price for both of them, £5.99. Oh, that is the offer price. That is the normal price. So I thought I was on the early bird again. £5.99, 1/2 metre of white, 1/2 metre of black. Now remember, with all of these plain fabrics, these are quilting weight cotton. They are 44 inch, 112 centimetre widths with all of them. So this should be £7.58 for 2.5 metres, but not today, in our special offer day. No, it's £5.99, half metre of black, half metre of white, a special saving for you. So that's like £2 saving. A little bit, 1 pence less than £2 saving. So get that in your basket. Always need half a metre black and half a metre of white. Comes in useful. It's just those sort of basic fabrics, really useful to have, and you're making a £2 saving today, £5.99. Now, if you buy more than one pack of this, they are pre-cut, so you will always get the half metres. You won't get them like with our, when we sell fabric by the half metre, then we can cut it to order, but with these, they are pre-cut bundles. So if you order 2, you will get them all as half metres. So that's the black and the white. Loads of you checking out on this one now. Remember, we only have what we have. We are limited in stock. So if you want them, you need to get them checked out. And if it's in your basket, it's no good because someone else can take it. Remember, there is only one P&P per day, which is £3.95. So if you're thinking, oh, well, I won't check out just yet because I don't want to spend P&P more than once, you won't. You need to check out now, and then if you check out later in another hour, another 5 hours, another 7 hours, it will still only be £3.95. That price, the basket will close at midnight, so you can check out as many times between, you see, if you'd been waiting with that early bird, you'd have lost it. So do check out if you want them. So that's the first bundle. Which one would you like to do next, Ben, since you chose them all? The blue one. This one? This one is called Classy Blue. So we've got 3.5 metres of blues. We've got half a metre of, what's this one called? Is it called Misty Blue? I think it might be Misty Blue. Oh, it is, half a metre of Misty Blue. Then we've got half a metre of Royal Blue. And then we've got half a metre of Navy Blue. So if you love the blues, if you've got the blues and you want 3.5 metres, remember they are all Rose and Hubble quilting weight cotton, 44 inch width, 3.5 metres, £9.49. Not £9.99, £9.49 for 3.5 metres. So you've got the lovely Misty Blue, which is a kind of teal shade. It's a bluey green. Royal Blue, just very traditional, reminds me of my school uniform. I remember I always had a knitted royal blue jumper. I wanted the sweatshirt like everyone else, but I didn't. I had a knitted one. Now I would have appreciated it, but not then. I wanted the sweatshirt like everyone else. But that's really school royal blue. And then you've got the lovely navy blue as well. So that works out at £3.16 for half a metre. That's fantastic value, isn't it? So if you like blues, you want to add a bit to your stash. Because I'm often saying that when you've got designer prints, make them go a bit further. Choose a colour or a shade that's in there and use those with your designer prints to make them go further. But this is the same weight as your as quilting weight, any of the designer prints. So it's really worth it to make them go a bit further. So if you love the blue and you want to make a bit of a saving, that's £9.49 for the 3. So you get half a metre of the Misty Blue, half a metre of the Royal and half a metre of the Navy. They look really good together. I think, Ben, you are a genius at colour coordination. So that's the Classy Blue fabric bundle, 1.5 metres for £9.49. Beautiful. I'll leave that one with you for now. The lovely pastel, this one. So if you want some pastel prettiness instead, this is like ice cream. Have you called it the ice cream bundle? No, it's called the pastel bundle. This makes me think ice cream. So we've got half a metre of ice green. We've got half a metre of light pink. That's so pretty, isn't it? It's not your bright pink at all. It's a very, very gentle pastel, like marshmallows. That's the colour it is. It's the colour of a pink marshmallow. And then we've got half a metre of candy blue. That's lovely. But they look like sweeties. They look like flumps. Do you remember flumps? That's the colour Oh, I love a flump. Just gorgeous. Those are the colour flumps, and then you've got the pale blue as well. So if you like the pastels, beautiful. Really nice for baby nursery makes. If you wanted to make a few little items, you know, for £9.49, £3.16. And these are, because they're nice soft colours, aren't they? They're very gender friendly. They could be for boys or girls because you've got the mixture there. So if you're thinking about baby makes, if you just think, oh, I need some fabrics for linings, very summery, aren't they? You could make a beautiful patchwork bag for the summer with these, and then applique a big ice cream on the front of it. I'd cut these all into 3-inch squares. I like a 3-inch square because just a little bit more room for manoeuvre than a 2-inch. 3-inch squares, join them all together, applique an ice cream on the front, or a beach shirt. That's your beach bag done for the summer, because you've got 1.5 meters there. Or just a nice thing to add to your stash, so that when you want to be making your designer fabrics go a bit further, or you think, oh, I need to do a bit of binding, with 1/2 meter like this, if you're going to be using them for binding, then cut it into a square. That's what I do. This, it's not exactly square, but I cut it down the fold, and then get your rotary ruler, like a long one. Well, I'll get this one here. This one's called the binding buddy. And draw a line diagonally from one corner to the other. Make sure it's square though. And then that's your diagonal line, and then cut it, depending on how wide you want it. Single fold binding, I'd go for 1.25 inches. Double fold binding, I'd go for 2.25 inches. And then cut them that width all the way along, and then you've got your binding all done, and you get lots from 1/2 meter. So really worth it for that. Let me know what you're going to do with yours. Message me in. What is your plan? This one. Oh, these are nice. This is lush. I like this green. So we've got 2 greens and a blue, but they're really nice, deep, dark colours. This is called the deep green. Hotel lobby. You should... So this one is teal. This is quite a dark teal. It goes, if you've bought the blue bundle that we had at the beginning, it goes really well with the misty green. So this is a teal, 1/2 meter of the teal. It's a lovely colour, isn't it? Now this works really well as a binding. If you've just got a white t-shirt, cut 1.25 inch strips with this and then fold them to do a 1/4 inch binding. That looks lovely. Well, it doesn't have to be white, even if you've got like a pale green t-shirt, but it's really lovely. It's not as heavy as like using a royal blue. It just gives a really nice edging to something. It makes your sort of your cheap white t-shirt look much more expensive. Then we've got 1/2 meter of, is this one emerald? And then we've got 1/2 meter of navy. There we go. So you could use them all together because they're lovely shades, or again, really nice to add to your stash. 3 1/2 meters for £9.49. So you've got teal, emerald and navy. Again, they're really good. You could use them together. In fact, I quite like the navy and the teal together. I think that's a really nice combination. If you're thinking about, if you were making a bag, you could make a really nice tote bag by using a 3-inch strip of emerald of the teal across the top, and then navy at the bottom. I think that's a really classy colour combination. But I like teal because it really is a multi-purpose. It's one of those colours that goes with lots of things. Looks really nice with denim as well. There we go. So that's the deep green. Let me know what you're going to make with them. I'm trying to I've given you a few ideas, but it's you lot out there. You're the people who have the ideas. Let me know. Message us in either on Facebook, or you can email us studio@sewingstreet.com, and we'll read your messages out, because it's really good to get your ideas, because then everybody else, we can share them. Aqua Dream. So which one is Aqua Dream then? The blue and the pink? Ben has chosen this one because it's the colours of your bathroom. Which bit of your bathroom is it then? Oh, he's going to send us... Can you send us a picture into the studio of Ben's bathroom? This is Ben's bathroom colour, which he's called Aqua Dreams. You mustn't fall asleep in the bath. Really not good for you. So in Aqua Dreams bundle, we've got 1/2 metre of, is this one called Rose? What's this one called? Ben's looking at bathroom pictures now. It's called what? Oh, so this is coral. Yeah, I guess it is like it's a peachy pink. If it's not orange, but it is a peach. So it's coral. So you've got 1/2 metre of coral, 1/2 metre of, what was that one? Cadet. No, that's cadet. And that's Hawaiian. So you've got 1/2 metre of coral, 1/2 metre of Hawaiian. They look lovely together. And then 1/2 metre of cadet, which looks like cadet uniforms. So it's lovely, isn't it? You've got these two blues, but with that really nice pop of coral, very in this year coral. It's one of the big colours of this year. And it does look really good with the blue. Although I did see the other day, it said on Etsy that the colours of 2023 are indigo and honeycomb, which is navy and mustard to me and you. But I think, oh, here we are. Picture of Ben's bathroom. Oh, that is nice. Whoa. I have never seen a fireplace in a bathroom before. Do you get the maid to come and light the fire while you're in the bath? Is it an operational bath? An operational fire? Yeah, it looks like a really big bathroom. To have a fireplace in there, it looks great. I love all the plants as well. There we go. So this is Ben's bathroom. And that's what inspired his choices. Obviously, fantastic. I've never seen a fireplace in a bathroom before, ever. So those are really lovely colours. They go together really well because the coral you could use with lots of other colours. Coral looks really nice with charcoal and navy as well. So you can use with all those. So if you want £9.49, under a tenner, you've got 3/2 metres there. Coral, Hawaiian, God, I couldn't remember the name of that one. Hawaiian, I guess that's Hawaiian Sea. And then cadet as well. So that's your 3/2 metres. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Earth tones. Is that this one? Yes. So this is earth. This makes me think of autumn and toadstools and conkers. So you've got 1/2 metre of crimson. So this isn't your bright pillar box red. This is more of your blue end of red. So it's a little bit deeper. So although it's crimson, it's not super bright. It's a little bit deeper. More of a rustic, like a toadstool red. And then you've got 1/2 metre of beige. That's the spots on the toadstool. They're nice, aren't they? I like them. See, when you put them together, you think, well, do they go? But when you put them like that and you think, yeah, as a little binding across the top of something, how nice would that be? And it's just adding that little splash of colour to things that makes quite a difference. When you just think, oh, well, I just want to make a few new cushions. Because remember, 1/2 metre, you can make 2 cushions. Well, one, if you've got the front and the back. But look, that's the front of your cushion, and then that's the back. So you can make 1 cushion, or if you're using multicolours. But when you're doing something like that, you think, well, I need a new red cushion. Well, put a little binding around it in another colour, and like that. And that just adds. And then you could do it the other way as well. So you could have the front of the cushion in crimson, the back in beige, and then alternate them as well, and then put a bit of a binding on. And then the final one is brunette. And again, that works with all of them. This is kind of your 70s, isn't it? But that's 3 cushions, isn't it? Back and front. £9.49, you've got 3 cushions. All you need are 3 zips, and you're done. And because you need, you could use, if you've got any other fabric in your stash and you want to add a bit of binding, or you could just do 2 cushions and use one of them for the binding of them. But for £9.49, that's not bad, is it? It means then that you can use other fabrics in your stash to personalise them. You could applique someone's name on them, you could do something pictorial on them, or you could just quilt them in a random pattern so they just look pretty. Or cut them all into squares, join them all back together, and you've got 3 patchwork cushions. So when you buy these fabrics, I know we all have it's nice to have a vague idea, or you just add them to your stash because you know that you're going to need these colours. But they've all been specially selected, so the 3 colours do actually go together as well. But I like that. That's very woodland. That's Ben's favourite one. I think you're going to have to repaint your bathroom, Ben, because it looked lovely in those colours. Nice. This one. Oh, this one is Cave-esque. Well, it is. It's super bright, isn't it? It's called Bright Exotic. It is a bit cave, isn't it? So you've got sunshine, or is it just called yellow? I think this one's called Paprika. We've got the wrong colour here. We should have a pink. One moment. Oh no, that is the right pink. That is. We're just going to check the colours on that because Ben's not sure that he put those together. Can you tell me what the codes should be for these 3? We'll just have a little look. I don't want to show you a colour that isn't in it. OPLJ20. That's the colour I've got in my hand. Yeah, this is right. Okay, cool. It's just quite, I like those together. That is very 70s, isn't it? I was talking to Ben earlier about, I've got a plan. I want to crochet a 1970s coloured dress. So we were looking up 1970s colours, but I hadn't thought about the purple. I was going to go brown, orange and yellow, but actually that purple's amazing, isn't it? But when you put them together, they look fantastic, don't they? And actually, they all, if you were even just using them as pairs, the purple and the yellow work well together. The orange and the purple look lovely together. And the orange and the yellow, or together as 3. But if you love cave fabrics, maybe you've got some cave fat quarters or a design roll, these are the part of his palette. This is what he uses. So if you want to get that effect, or if you want to combine it with bright fabrics you've already got, that's a fantastic bundle. Just like the others, £9.49, you're getting 3 half meters in this bundle. So you're making a saving, £3.16 for each half meter. Remember, if you multi-buy, you will get them sent to you, or there are pre-cut as half meter pieces. You won't get whole meter pieces. Right, one more from Ben. Now, what's this one called? Subtle Hues. So we'll start with your grey. Oh, that's elephant. We'll start with an elephant, and then we'll move to the grass that the elephant is trundling through. There we go. And then this is the sky he's looking at. So actually, you should have called this elephant habitat. So, yeah, Ben called it subtle hues, but it's elephant habitat. So you've got sky, is that sky blue? Oh, sorry, that one's duck egg blue. And then you've got green, and then you've got elephant grey. Again, I'm thinking baby makes, nurseries, because these days it's not just all about pastels, is it? There's all sorts of neutrals, but those 3 colours, again, if you're not sure if it's gender neutral, I think those colours go together beautifully. Because they are very natural colours. They're the sort of colours you'd see in the natural environment, which is why they work together. Because it's always colours in nature go together. So £9.49, 3 half meters. You've got duck egg, the green, and the elephant grey. And classy blue, so far, is in the lead as the most popular. Well, we all like a bit of blue, don't we? All like a bit of blue. So that's the blue, the actual hues. Right, now we've got some jersey bundles for you. We have got pink, soft touch jersey. This is beautiful. This is a real dusky pink. So in this, there's a meter in this bundle. It's really, really soft. Let me unfold it and I'll show you. It's really, I mean, it is a jersey. It's a really nice drape, but it's got the fleece on the back of it. So if you were going to make yourself a jersey pyjama bottoms t-shirt, it would be so soft. Obviously, jersey is mainly used in dressmaking for nightwear t-shirts, but you can use it for other things. They make lovely cushions, especially if you put the fleece on the outside. Really nice and easy to sew with. It's got a nice bit of stretch in it as well, but because it's got a little bit of weight to it, it's not too thin. It's fairly easy to sew with. So you're paying £9.99 for a whole metre. Now, what's the width of this? Does it say on your thing, or shall I measure it? It doesn't say. Well, I am going to measure it then, because that's important to know. Right, I'll fold it in half. But it's nice. I mean, you can use it either side. You can choose whether you use the fluffy side or whether or not you use the... Oh, just as I'm about to measure it. 150 centimetres. Ben one. There we go. So it's a lovely duck egg, 150 centimetres wide. It's beautiful, isn't it? Metre long. And it's lovely that you've got that fleece on one side and the other. So if you've got a pattern to use jersey, maybe it's just a simple t-shirt or like little pyjama bottoms, then this is ideal. £9.99. This will come cut as metre pieces. So if you order one of them, it is a pre-cut piece. It won't come as a whole thing, as it won't come as several ones. But it is really, really nice quality jersey. It would be nice for just a really lightweight cardigan. If you've got like a navy or a beige dress, this would look really nice, because this pale, particularly because it's the dusky pink, it's not too pale, it won't wash you out. It's got that little bit of blue in it, which gives it a nice tone. Now, I've got exactly the same fabric. No, this is not the same fabric. Oh, this is different. Sorry, that's the only normal jersey we've got. This one is tubular jersey, which means it comes in a tube. Tubular jersey. There we go. Why? Do you know? I actually don't know. If anyone knows, I'm trying to think what you would do with tubular jersey. The boob tube? Skirt? I don't know. Well, if anyone knows what tubular jersey, I will admit, I'm not going to make it up, because you can't, otherwise I would be guessing. But anyway, it's £7.99 for a metre. It's pale blue. It's beautiful quality. Really lovely. It's got a nice weight to it, and the colour is a really, really soft blue. It's the width of it is, let me just check. Oh, I'll do it in inches. So it's 13 inches across, but obviously 26 inches all the way around. Oh, right, okay, yes. So it's used for cuffs, neckbands, borders, that sort of thing, so that you can cut it across the tube, and then you can stretch it and you can sew it round like a neckband, or you can use it for cuffs as well. So if you like, if you do dressmaking with stretch fabrics and you want to use it for cuffs and borders, or like, you know, the bottom of a jacket, that sort of thing, tubular jersey, that's a really good price. £7.99 for a metre of that one. Now, we've also got exactly the same, but we've got it in a white, but we've only got 3 of the white. So if you want the white tubular jersey, we've only got 3 of them. It's already been selling on pre-order, so we've only got 3 left. So if you want the white tubular jersey, and it's great because it's already all joined together. And that'll be one bit of sewing you don't have to do, because it's already joined together. But you will obviously have to sew it to your item. But tubular jersey in white, just £7.99. That's a whole 1 metre piece of that one as well. Now I know what it's for. Which one next? Denim? Let's do denim. This is the light blue denim. £9.99. This is an 8-ounce denim. So this is ideal for dressmaking. Now you get different weights of denim. The 4 ounce is mainly used for lightweight things like blouses. The 8 ounce you can use for things like dresses, skirts, pinafores, jackets. It's not as heavyweight as you can, mainly jeans would be thicker jeans, 12 or 16, but an 8 ounce is perfect for dressmaking. It's a really nice weight. It's lovely to work with. Do wash it beforehand though if you're working with it, because it's denim, it is quite often will shrink. Once you've washed it, that's it though, it's not going to shrink anymore. But if you're going to use it, now it's lovely for dressmaking, but it's also lovely for home sewing. I've done a lot of patchwork with this denim and it works really, really well. I've done a lot of things like wash bags for men, where you want that denim look, and then you can put some canvas with it as well. I've made tote bags with it, but it does patchwork together really nicely as well. But if you want to add denim accents to things, maybe you want to put denim patches on your elbows, jumpers, that always looks really nice. Just the base of a bag, because it is obviously a heavier weight than your normal quilting weight cotton, so just for the base section is quite nice in a denim. Now this is, it's really wide, I think it's 150. Can you check that for me, Ben? One moment, caller. But I think, yes, I think it's 150. So it's amazing value for money. So for 150 centimetres width, it's £9.99. You're getting a whole 1 metre piece. Think as well about cushions. Looks lovely. You know, when you think, oh, I don't know what to put on that, I want something a little bit modern, or it gives it that sort of more natural effect. It looks really well as that sort of 145 centimetres, like beachy scenes, but it does look really nice as cushions. I make so many things in denim. I collect old jeans all the time to make things with, but it's quite nice to have some denim meterage when you just need bigger pieces. Maybe you want to line something. Only £9.99, absolutely ideal. But it does look lovely as wash bags. I've made loads of them. When you don't know what, you know, when someone's got a special birthday and you think, oh, I don't know what to buy, make them a denim wash bag. Everybody loves them. But nice for tote bags as well, because it's just a little bit heavier than your normal weight cotton. And I bet you've got some plain fabric or a beautiful print cotton fabric that you could use as the lining. So what I would do is make your tote bag front and back from the denim, line it in a print, make the handles from the denim, but line the handles in the same print as the lining, and it gives that really nice look. And if you've got a little bit of time, just bind the top. If you're using something like a small scale ditzy print, like a Liberty, that looks beautiful with denim as well. £9.99 for a whole 1 metre piece, which is amazing value for money. Should we do pink? We've got some gingham next. Look at this. This is nice. Now this is beautiful quality. So this is Rose and Hubble. Now this is a poplin. So a poplin is a slightly tighter weave than a cotton. It has more of a sheen to it than your quilting weight cotton. It's a little bit lighter weight than a quilting weight, but you can use it with the quilting weight as well. Morning team, could the denim be used for bucket hats, please? From Jill. Yes, it could, Jill. And what is more, I have made a bucket hat with it. I made a bucket hat for one of my sons with that, and then I lined it in. We used to have a fabric that we sold that had screws and nails all over it. And yes, and so one of my sons, I crocheted him a jumper and he loves it. He wears it all the time. I was amazed. Anyway, I made him a bucket hat, but it's lined in like a quilting weight cotton, but it is beautiful for bucket hats because it's not too stiff. If you want the brim to be a bit stiffer, just do lots of rows of top stitching or put a bit of interfacing in, but it's really nice for bucket hats. Good idea, Jill. I tell you what denim does look nice is with this pink poplin as well. So as I say, poplin, it's light, it's not as heavyweight as a quilting weight cotton, but it's not like a cotton lawn, it's just slightly lighter, more tightly woven with a bit of a sheen. And this is a beautiful printed gingham. It's not woven gingham, it's a printed gingham. £6.99 for a metre. That's ridiculous price. What is does it give you the width on that, Benjamin? Or shall I measure it? I'll measure it, don't worry. It is, yeah, 112. So it's your 44-inch width, same as your quilted weight. But that's lovely, isn't it? If you want to use a cotton poplin is lovely for dressmaking. You can use it for quilting as well and home sewing, but it's a nice weight for dressmaking. I mean, that is a beautiful little summer's dress, isn't it? Baby makes, nursery makes, little girls' dresses. But blouse, apparently this year it's all about the checks. Actually, you told me that, didn't you, Ben? So Ben's girlfriend works for a large home store as a buyer, and he told me it's all about the checks this season. Textile. So that blouse, quite like that as a blouse, with a nice short sleeve with a slight frill around the edge. How pretty is that? And that looks lovely with jeans or a denim jacket, because it does go really well together. So $6.99 for a metre, that's going to go a long way. So it's your normal 44-inch width. Liking that one. I'll have that one in my basket. That would look nice as the lining for your denim hat, Jill. Or how about this one? Ooh. Oh, this is nice. This is zebra print. I like that. So if you've got that black and white bundle earlier, have we got any of those left? If we have, pop that one in your basket. Oh, does it? Okay, can I have the black, Becky? So in this bundle, I thought this one was on its own, you've got 1/2 metre of zebra and obviously 1/2 metre of black as well. Thank you. Look at that together. There's your mini skirt. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Actually, I mean, I'm thinking, wouldn't that make a pair of fantastic cushions? You could have the black on the back of both of them and then the zebra print, really funky. They would look really, I think that's really cool, isn't it? Because that's kind of, you know, if you wanted to make something, it's a bit more teenagery or masculine as well, isn't it? Bags would be nice with it. Or even just keep a bit and use it for the lining. But so you get 1/2 metre of the black plain and 1/2 metre of the zebra for £9.48. Or how about if you were making a zebra toy? Be absolutely perfect for a zebra toy. I think that's lovely, isn't it? But I think it would look really nice on a bed as well. You know, if you've got quite a monochrome bedroom, it would look really lovely on there. Or if you've got a grey sofa, black sofa. But remember, you know, you only need 1/2 metre to make one cushion. I love that. That looks really nice, but they look lovely together, don't they? So that's the zebra bundle. Which one would you like me to do next, Benjamin? Right, okay, Ben, we'll do... let's do the French Bulldog. So this is, so we've got 2 1/2 metres. We've got a 1/2 metre of, I don't know what that one's called, turquoise. It's probably sea green or something. And then you've got a 1/2 metre of this, jade, 1/2 metre of jade, which is the same colour as that. And then you've got the French Bulldog with a bit of a jade background. Now, this is a linen look fabric. It is wider than your normal, because it's not a quilting weight cotton. This is 140 centimetres wide, so it goes quite a long way. You've got these little French Bulldogs with glasses, bow ties, and then the little jade watercolour. But with 1/2 metre of the jade plain fabric, you can use this to bind the edge of something. Maybe you know someone who's got a French Bulldog. You could make them a little bag, great for little dog walking bags. They're really in at the moment. Everyone's got a dog walking bag because you can put your spare poo bags in there, you can put treats, pop your phone in. When I walk the dog, I end up with pockets full of all this stuff. But you make yourself a little bag, line it with this, you will be the best dressed dog walker. But I think these are lovely. Oh, they're really nice for cushions as well, because they're slightly, because they're a linen effect. They're not linen fabric, but linen effect. They're like I guess a lightweight canvas. You've just got a bit more weight to it. But when you look at the jade that goes with it, that is exactly the colour. But you could use it for to put in a cushion to put in your car, or a little mat, you know, maybe to put your pet bowls on. That would be nice. Or if you've got a little one, it could be a little dog coat. How nice would that be? £7.48 for that. Wow. So you're getting half a metre of the jade, that's your Rose and Hubble quilting weight cotton, half a metre of this linen effect French bulldog for £7.48. Bargain. That's definitely worth putting in your stash. Now I've got the same bundle, but this time it's got a Dalmatian on. So you're getting half a metre of the Dalmatian, and he's got a blue tie and sunglasses as well. He's so super cool. And then you get half a metre of, oh, I should remember what this one's called because we had it earlier. Sapphire. Half a metre of sapphire, half a metre of the Dalmatian. Again, £7.48 for the bundle of the two of them. Right, same thing, but this time it's a pug. This is a Hawaiian pug. So I love this pug. He's got flowers. He's got flowers around his neck. And then you've got half a metre of like an apple green, but it's the same colour of around the edge of the pug there. So again, any of your doggy makes, or even if you just like pugs and you want to make something like that, remember if you've got bits left over, you can cut these out and use these to applique onto items as well. But beautiful match. So this would look lovely if you were making, maybe you were going to make a doggy walking bag from it, then just put that across the top as a little binding. Or I would put like a 2-inch strip across the top, or it would be really good for the handles of the bag. £7.48, that is amazing price. Right, we've got a few more bundles to get through here. Do you mind what order I go in? Let's go ladybirds. Look at, so we've got 2 half metres here. We've got the big ladybirds. So again, quilting weight cotton. This one's called I'm Bugging Out. So you've got all these super brightly coloured ladybirds. Lovely for school bags. You know, when you make your little drawstring bag to put your PE kit in. Really nice for linings of things as well. Or if you just want to make a fun little zip purse or something, that's lovely. And with that, you get a half metre of, this is red with loads of little bugs. I think it would look really good. I saw somebody had made some napkins for their picnic set and they had little ants embroidered all over them, which I thought was just genius. But that would look lovely, wouldn't it? With all the, if you were doing it for picnic makes, just 'cause it's got little ladybirds and bugs. I just think it's quite funny. £9.99 for those two. Right, there's only 5 of those left, so if you want that one, you need to get that one in your basket. Lots of you have been checking out on this before we got round to it, so only 5 left of that one. Oh, look at this one. This looks like French hat lady. Girls. This one's called Girls. Well, yes, it has. It's got lots of different girls with lots of different hats on. Love the bobble hat. And with this one, so £8.99, you are getting half a metre of the pink that goes with it. That's the coral, actually. That's pretty though, isn't it? Nice for like a little school backpack. I would use that one. Let's do stars. This is like shooting stars. Is it called Shooting Stars? So this one is quite a, like a rusty colour background. It's really nice. It's a lovely rusty colour. And then you've got bright shooting stars in yellows and blues and turquoises. Really, really fun. And then with it, we've put together half a metre of, is this one mustard? Gold. It's gold. I thought it was mustard. So there you go. That picks out the gold colour of the star. So that's a really nice combination. So if you just want, you think, oh yeah, I've got a few patterns for things. I've got, you know, those fold-up bags, reusable ones. I've got a pattern for that. I just need 2 half metres. This is ideal because we've done the bit for you where we've picked the plain fabric that goes with it. Next one, I've got to get through all of them before we finished. You Are Cherished. Oh, now this is a nice bundle. So we've got Moda script here. That's lovely. So it says You Are Cherished. I really like this. So the background of it is a mint green, and then you've got in a lovely handwritten script, You are cherished, you are loved, you are cherished, you are loved, all in shades of green and citrine and chocolate with little fern leaves in amongst it. Now I love these text prints. They work really well when you use them cut in patchwork. I think they work really well when you do them as half square triangles, where then they're all turned round, so sometimes they're the right way up. And it just adds, when you can just read just a few lines or a few letters, it adds a little bit of interest to something. But equally, I think it works really well as linings. Or I've covered lots of lampshades in text fabric, don't know why, just quite like it. I think it looks nice on a lampshade. We should do that, how to cover a lampshade. Must do that one day because it's really easy. You just buy a really cheap lampshade, fabric covered one, and then you cover your own, and it works really well at that. But anyway, just an idea, nice for cushion as well. With it comes 1/2 metre of the Lewis and Irene Bumbleberries, which is lovely deep sort of dark antique gold colour, which goes together really well with this. So if you know, or maybe you're making something already and you want these sort of mustardy, earthy green tones to go with it, that's a really nice combination. Only £9.99 as well. Moda script and Lewis and Irene Bumbleberries. So 1/2 metre of each. That's 1 metre in total of those two fabrics. Oh, we've got leafy leaves. Leafy leaves. So this one is for Clothworks, Uptown by Rebecca Jones, Sunflower for Clothworks. This is so pretty. You've got a lovely bright white background, and then all the flowers and the leaves are all in pinks and purples and golds. Really nice, isn't it? It's one of the a little print, and what's lovely about this is it's multi-directional, so really useful when you don't want to do working out which way round you're doing things, particularly when you do an FPP and you want it multi-directional. But we've put together with this 1/2 metre of this pale pink. What's a pinky beige, I'd say, but it goes together beautifully with this. So those two go together really well. So if you want just a really nice, pretty ditzy print at a good price, that's £9.99 for the two. 1/2 metre of each. They're both quilting weight cotton. They're both 44-inch width, so they will work really, really well together. I'll leave that one with you. Oh, we've got a bit of the black and mustard. This is lovely. Really like this one. So this is called Show Me the Honey. Show Me the Honey. This is great. So if you look at the background of this, it's like honeycomb, but all in black. And then you've got lovely big white flowers. So you've got that real monochrome effect. But the background is textured because it's honeycomb rather than it just being a matte black. But these little gold highlights, when you look a bit closer, are all bees. All little bumblebees all flying amongst the flowers. When you come in close like that, it looks really 3D because you've got the honeycomb in the back. It makes these flowers stand out because the white flowers and the you've got berries as well, like blackberries. They've all got a black edge, which gives them that kind of 3D shadow effect with all the little bumblebees flying amongst it. That's beautiful, isn't it? And then what we've done is put together with it 1/2 metre of gold, and when you put that next to it, suddenly the bumblebees are really picked out. So if you love bumblebees, or you know someone who does, or want to make something, a kitchen make, there's a lot of people now that have black kitchens with the black work surfaces or the black cupboards. Lovely for things like that. If you wanted to make some tea towels or tea cosy, oven gloves, toaster cover, love a toaster cover. That looks really nice, doesn't it? Or even, you know, a drawstring bag just to keep those carrier bags in. I've got to have a really big one in mine because I've always got carrier bags and really nice to put them in. But if you're going to put them in something, don't put them in another carrier bag. Make yourself a little drawstring bag. You could use you could have one for the lining, or you could use this for the casing that the drawstring goes through, and then this can be for the rest of the bag. But perfect for things in the kitchen, even if it's just for keeping your potatoes in. Since they should be kept in the dark at all times. Right, we've got a nice little pastel bundle here. This is Henry Glass Renaissance Garden. So it's not, it looks like a plain pink, but it isn't. It's a pink with a bit of a texture to it. It's got like a sponged texture. And then with it, we've got 1/2 metre of, what green is that one? Apple green? I think that's a kind of an apple green. Apple green with the pink. Just pretty. Just these are quite good. I mean, the colours go together really nice for a very spring make. You think of the kind of the spring green leaves in this, and then the pink flowers. So good for a plique if you were doing some spring colours, or if you've got, maybe you've got a spring coloured layer cake, it would be really good for that. But nice to just add to your stash. £9.78 for the 2 fabrics. And then the last one, look, we've done really well. We've got through them all. We've got one final one, which is, actually, we're almost ending. This is almost ending with the popular colours, isn't it? Because we've got like a royal blue and a gold. So that's kind of your indigo and honeycomb. Almost. Nice colours to go together. So really good. This was originally the Moda Summer Breeze. If you've ever bought the Moda Summer Breeze collection, this was the bundle that goes with those. But lovely. If you've got blue and yellow fabric collections, and I know loads blue, well, obviously that's been our most popular one. Loads of you like the blue fabrics. It's a really good way at £7.58 to get 2 1/2 metres of classic royal blue and gold. Fantastic. Anyway, I will leave that with you. So thank you for being with me for this first hour for our fantastic under £10 bundles. Don't forget to keep checking out, because once they're gone, they're gone. You just need to go onto the website sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live and scroll down from there. You will see all of these fabrics. So if I've gone through them too fast and you've missed them. Now, next we've got coming up Amanda Little, who's going to show us how to make this beautiful quilt. We have got 3 different quilt kits. We've got instructions only. Now, they are available on pre-order and they are flying out already. So if you want to get ahead, you want to get your instructions, or you want to get your quilt kits, get them in the break. Then you can sit back, watch and enjoy Amanda's demonstration. If you've got any questions for her, she is an expert quilter and patchworker. Please do message us in studio@sewingstreet.com, or you can message us on the Facebook. I'll see you back here in just a few minutes' time.
It's a new year, so that can only mean one thing.
It's time for those New Year resolutions.
And it's the perfect time to start a new hobby.
Jewellery Maker, Sewing Street and Hobby Maker are here whether you're starting something new or advancing your skills on a current hobby.
With all the tools you need to start, as well as expert demonstrations from our great guests.
Are you starting a new hobby this January? Share your new makes with us by tagging Jewellery Maker, Hobby Maker or Sewing Street using the hashtag NewYearNewHobby.
And watch us every day from 8 AM to 1 PM on Jewellery Maker.
On Hobby Maker, 6 to 8 AM and 1 to 6 PM.
And 8 AM till 1 PM on Sewing Street.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hello everybody at Sewing Street, my name's Fiona and I'm from a company called Sew Girl. So Sew Girl was formed in around 2009. We're based down in Worthing on the south coast. and currently I have a large range of dressmaking and accessory patterns, and it's for simple clothing, things that I like to wear myself every day. Nice and comfortable, easy to make, and hopefully quite stylish too. So we come onto Sewing Street every few months to launch our latest pattern. So I look forward to seeing you on the show very soon, and take care, lots of love. Bye.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers, and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So it's all about the quilt, and we've got Amanda Little with us today. Morning,
Hello.
Amanda.
Hi.
Did you make that?
I did.
Yeah. How gorgeous is that? So this is your new design.
It is,
And
yes.
isn't this, I was telling them earlier, it's a series.
Yes, so we're going to do one every quarter. This is the winter one. And I've done the sample in sort of icy blue colours.
It is very icy blue.
And then I'll try my best to colour theme them to the appropriate season.
Nice.
When the next one comes along, yeah.
So you could change your bed quilt every season, couldn't you?
You could, yes.
Or you could hang them all up, or you could rotate them around the house.
Yes, have them in different rooms. If you've got a, you know, sort of a conservatory, have the summer, spring one in there.
That's true, isn't it?
the
Or hang
winter.
them up, and it's movable art.
Yes, yeah, yeah.
I think that's lovely. It's
Thank
really
you.
crisp and wintry and icy, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah.
That's fab. So we're going to do this one, and you're going to show us how to make it.
Don't be overwhelmed. It breaks down into really easy 12-inch blocks. So
Gosh,
yeah,
see, I
sort of it
can't
looks
see
quite,
that at all. I'd be fascinated to see how
Yeah.
that. I can't see a 12-inch block at all.
Yeah.
Genius. Okay, I'm looking forward to that.
Okey-doke.
So let's go through all the different items. So to start with, we've got instructions on their own. These are, funnily enough, flying out on pre-order, and I'm not surprised. Gorgeous. So if you've already got a stash, $9.99. We'll go through the fabric quantities in a minute because we've got all the fabrics in the kits for you that you will need. But if you want just the instructions on their own, that's $9.99. but I'm sure you're going to want the fabrics for the quilt. So these are the fabrics. Oh, hang on, it's the white, isn't it, with this one? Got to get the right combination. So in the kit, you get full instructions. Now this is an amazing price. $58.99. What's the finished size of the quilt?
72 square.
Oh, so good double bed then.
It's a big one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So $58.99. Whoa! And we're getting the instructions and 6.5 meters. So we get 3.5 meters of white. So that's all the background area, not the backing, the background. You will need the back. The quilt doesn't include the binding or the backing. No, it does include the binding.
It does include the binding.
Right, it doesn't include the backing or the wadding, but you've got white for the background, and then you've got 3 shades of blue. So this is what you'll need if you've got instructions only. We've got 1 meter of light blue, 1 meter of medium, and 1 meter of dark. So in these, so this is like a royal blue, you've got a mid blue and a pale blue. So you need meter each of 3 different shades of the colour you're using, 3.5 meters of white, and then we've used the medium. Is it the dark one?
I used as the binding.
There's enough fabric in the darker one to bind it, and the instructions. $58.99. So you've got double bed size quilt, a really good size, and you've got 6.5 meters of fabric, beautiful design, $58.99. That's incredible. And when you see Amanda's demonstration, she shows you how it all works. I'm still struggling to see the 12-inch blocks, but it will all become clear. You can see how easy that is. So if you want to do the quilt that's behind Amanda, then this is the bundle you need. At $58.99, that's an unbelievable price for a really good sized quilt. So maybe this is your first quilt. Maybe you're thinking, well, I've done a bit of sewing, I'd like to have a go at a quilt, not quite ready to invest in the sort of the big, designer fabric brands. This is a really good place to start. But we've got it in other colourways as well. So if you'd rather go for the red colourway, is this one with the white? Yeah. So again, you've got 3.5 meters of white. That's used for all of the background. Then we've got 1 meter of the grey, and it's like a really nice splodgy grey. So it's not a plain, you've got a bit of texture in it. Now this isn't just the plain fabric, so this one is $69.99, that's why there's a difference in price. Then you've got 1 meter of, it's like a rusty red. Like a rusty red. I'm trying to think what this one is. Oh, this is Stuff Fabrics. With like a little geometric, almost leafy print on it. That's your medium colour. And then for the darker colour, you've got this lovely bright red, but if you look at it, it's got a leafy print all over it. So it's got a little bit of a texture to it, because you've got darks, like it's a colour wash of red with light and darks and little leaves. So this collection will give you a really nice red. But this one, obviously, because you've got the print fabrics rather than the plain, that's why there's a difference in price. And then you've got the white as the background. Remember that there is enough fabric here to use the dark, so that will be the red one, to use as the binding. And you will need background, but it's beautiful, isn't it? Really lovely. But they look really good. So you imagine this, although it's an icicle design, doesn't need to be an icicle. It can be done in any colour. Really, really pretty. So that's the red one, if you want to do the red winter quilt. If you're thinking pastel, this is the one that Amanda's going to be demonstrating with, so you'll be able to see this, what it looks like once it's pieced together. The background of this one is an ivory. And then these are the 3 prints that are used in it. Let me open that out and then you can see what they look like. This is going to be really different. You'll see this one coming together as Amanda makes it. So again, all of these aren't plain fabrics, they're prints with a little bit of texture to them. So we've got blue, like a mid blue, like denim blue. And then you've got a purple with stars. And you've got that really nice sort of splodgy background. And then you've got oh gosh, that's a difficult colour to describe. A coral?
Yeah, it's sort of like a dusky, rosy, corally,
vintagey, rosy colour. So that's your pastel version. And then you've got the instructions with it. So $69.99. I mean, again, amazing price. Full double bed size quilt. You're getting all the fabric to make it except for the backing and wadding, which is pretty standard. And you're getting the instructions. And then once you've made it once, you can make it again. You can just keep making more of them. So that's an amazing price. So all you've got to do is choose, do you want the blue one, the red one, or the pastel one? And what's in the lead, Ben? I'm guessing the blue one. Yeah, the blue one's in the lead. And that's because it's hanging up behind us. You see, these others are beautiful, but it's always the one that we've made up beforehand. Right, we've also got backing fabric. So how much backing fabric do we need?
I'm not sure, it was 3.5, something like that.
4 metres. 4 metres. So we've got 4 metre bundles, so you can choose. We've got one in sky. So obviously this will look very nice. Oh, let me move out the way. Pardon? Right, we've only got these now. These are 4 metre bundles, so this is enough. You obviously will need to join it, but this is enough backing fabric for the quilt, whichever colour. There are only 4 of the sky bundles left, though. So you've got 4 metres. 4 metres for $28.32, which is an amazing price for backing a whole quilt, but there are only 4 of those left. We've also got the same backing bundle in elephant as well. So if you want elephant instead, again, that will look nice with any of them. That would look nice with the blue one. Would look nice with the red one. But that's elephant. 4 metres of quilting weight cotton. That's your Rose and Hubble. So really nice quality. It's always important to use a decent quality of your backing so that you make your quilt finish nicely. Right, Amanda, let's get on with the making.
Okie doke. Right, can I just pinch the...
You can pinch the instructions,
okay.
Yes.
So...
Say yours. Move your iron
just
out
might help to see.
So where do we start? Well, we're cutting out.
Yes, so there is a lot of cutting out to do. It's up to you. I like to just cut everything at the get-go and then just put stuff in little envelopes or, you know.
How do you label your fabric when you cut out?
I probably, because I've always got lots of, you know, sort of when your kits arrive, yes. I just save the bags. So in the quilt, there is only actually 6 blocks.
Okay.
Excuse me. It perhaps looks more complicated than it is. There are 6 blocks. A couple of them are mirror images of each other. But all I would do is cut everything and then just pop it into 6 different bags.
Oh, okay. So
and then
you
just
do, that's a good idea.
And I would probably batch piece 4 blocks or 8 blocks all in one go, because you can sort of get a bit of a rhythm going then, rather than swapping and changing. But yeah, I prefer to cut everything out at the beginning, and I would also best press or you know, sort of just give it a quick spritz of something.
Give it a bit of structure.
With it being yardage, it's not going to shrink, you know, like a pre-cut would. So yeah, quick spritz of best press or starch, and then just cut it all. And it's to me, it's the worst.
Yeah.
The worst thing.
Well, I always do it on a sort of a separate day. I don't sort of...
You've got to sort of prepare yourself, haven't you?
And it's so nice the next day when you've got it all ready and
it's
done.
like what was the elves and the shoemaker?
Yeah,
it's like
it's all ready.
Sorted it for you. So yeah, I would cut it all out.
And then label it or put it in bags.
In your bags, or if you've, you know, sort of just envelopes or something. The pieces are very small, so, you know, sort of you don't need a huge space. I would cut it all out. Now, I'll show you a block. If we start off with the simplest block. All of the blocks are 12 inches finished, so 12.5 unfinished at this stage. Is that visible? Yeah, am I in the right place?
Yeah, you can see. So there are 6 different blocks, but there are several of each of the blocks.
Yes, and some of them we're going to create as mirror images.
Right. That's an interesting block.
So in the
it's a really funny block, isn't it?
It does look strange, and it's hard to picture where it appears in the quilt.
Yeah.
So in the instructions, what I've done, I've given you charts, you know, sort of with all the measurements of the different size pieces, and I've used a solid red line to divide the block into segments. So we've got one big rectangle, a smaller rectangle, and then a 4 patch.
Oh, okay.
So we're going to make lots of sub blocks,
Right.
and then join them
To make big
the
blocks.
big 12.5 inch unfinished block. So if just have a read through that first page describes it all. There's a picture for you. I've put markers on at the 3, 6, 9 and 12, you know, sort of marks around the edges. And then as you go through the instructions, you'll see every block, there's a colour chart, and you would just, if you're using the light, medium and dark blue, you would just follow this as is.
Okay.
If you've chosen a different colourway, then you would just obviously substitute.
Right,
You know,
yes,
sort
so you
of,
just make sure you know which
just
is the
make
dark,
sure you're
medium
keeping,
and
yeah,
light.
all of your solid red lines show the sub blocks, or what I feel is the best way to go about constructing the block.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's.
So do you work on, how many of each of the blocks are there, or is it different?
There's different numbers, so we've got block A1, we're going to make 4 of those. This is block A1, so we'll
Okay.
make 4, but 2 will be left facing and
Okay.
2 will be right facing. Blocks A2 and B1 will make 4 of each. It is essentially, if I bring that across again, it is the same block, but to try and simplify it, of A2 is the right facing block, B1 is the left facing block. So
that makes sense.
just takes a bit more space,
Yes,
but I thought it was easy to try and keep it separate.
point.
And the same with A3 and C1, 4 left facing, 4 right facing. Some of them, like the centre ones, you will only make 4 of each. And that one is actually rotatable.
Oh, okay.
So
right.
you don't need to make a
so
mirror
as long
image.
as you read it through
So
first,
just
and
read it
think about
through,
A's and B's. And
get it straight in your head. If you've got a piece of flannel, a design board, or you know, a mat or something, put the pieces out. You know, sort of copy the pattern and just make sure that you know where everything is.
Before you start
and divide it,
construction.
yeah,
No, that makes
before you
sense.
start sewing it together. So this is the first block. Let me try and work out where this one is. She says. Hang on, let's get the.
I think it's here. Oh, losing my glasses. I think it's here, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
So that one.
That is your top. Yeah, your sort of top left block.
Yeah.
Top right.
There.
Right. Okay.
And no, it depends which way I've made these. I think, are we?
Yeah, that's that one.
Is that one?
Yeah.
I'm too sure, or is it? I can't see, you know, I need to stand far further away. But anyway.
So
we'll go
make the blocks exactly
Make
as
the
it
blocks
says.
exactly. There's your layout plan. So we're going to use 9 blocks to make a quarter segment.
Okay.
And then just make 4 quarters and just
Right.
join them literally down the centre and across the middle.
So when you once you've cut it out, have you
Yeah.
got any tips for creating the blocks?
I would just, if I bring my pieces over now. So you've got all your little pieces and you'll just follow the chart in the pattern. We'll make this one up.
Okay. So this is like you say, lay it all out first.
Now, you could, I suppose, make some 9 patches and 4 patches using strips, but I just found that just made it even more complicated.
Yeah, okay.
I just found it was easier. I know it's long-winded, but it
No,
was
I know what you mean. I
easier
think
to
sometimes
lay
it's good
it
to do
out.
that when you're doing it a lot, but
Yeah.
when you've got all of these different blocks, you forget where you are.
Yeah. So I'll just, as quick as I can, get this laid out. So if you've got something with a little bit of grip on it, just so that they don't blow away if someone should open a door or
and you've laid them all
an
out.
animal. Yeah.
But it's nice to do it this way because you can then work out that you've got it. It's
What
like
goes-
almost like
yeah.
a double checking, isn't it?
Yeah. Right, let me actually take those up a little bit. This will just take a few minutes just to get it set out.
And I guess some blocks are a lot quicker than others.
Yes, yeah. I mean, that first block,
Yeah,
it was
really
literally a 4 patch and 2 rectangles.
Really simple.
I think perhaps that middle block, that one there, is going to be your most complex. But they're all, you know, break them down into little sub blocks, and they're all nice and easy to do. So I would just go through, make all of these, or lay them all out rather.
But the instructions are really clear. You've done loads of diagrams in them.
Tried to keep. That was the brain teaser, really. You just the actual idea for the quilt was easy enough. It was just how do I describe it so that it's you know, sort of easy for people to put it together.
Well, that's the skill, isn't it? Is that, you know, it's, you can come up with the idea, but the skill is in putting it together with enough diagrams and enough words that you can understand it. But there are so many diagrams in here. I think it's really simple to follow.
I'd say hopefully, and if anyone does get stuck, even though I've not got the website anymore, the email address does still work.
Oh, okay.
And you can get me on Facebook or Instagram, you know, sort of if you should need any help.
Oh, so if you go onto the website, the email address is on there.
The website, the email address, it's all on the back.
Oh, it's all on there.
It's all on there. So yeah, you can find me.
Okay.
If you need me.
Yeah, but I think the instructions are very simple to follow. They've, you know, you've got so many diagrams in them.
Right.
It's like making a little jigsaw, isn't it?
We'll get there in the end.
I know you've chosen the most complicated one.
Well, I did, just because I wanted people to be able to see that the worst it can
get.
The
worst, yes. And then after that,
and then the other ones are really easy. But this is why, as well, I would probably make all 4 of this block.
Yes.
Because you can chain piece.
Okay.
You know, sort of, you could just do that 9 patch for all 4 blocks. And then add on the next stage, rather than, you know, sort of swapping and changing.
But it's nice because you broke, rather than looking at that and going, oh, I've got to do a whole row across the top. You know, it's not like doing the whole quilt in one row. You're doing it in blocks, in quarters, and then in the whole thing.
Yeah, yeah. So that
is it.
That is it, and that's how I would go about it. Lay out all of the pieces, and then we can start to break it down. So what I'll do, I'll sew those 2 together. I'll sew this as a 9 patch. Once that's made, I'll sew on that side piece and then bring the top piece down.
Okay.
I'll make a 4 patch.
It's really nice. So you can like take this on as think, right, well, this afternoon I'm going to make that block.
Yeah, just
Or
you know,
I've got a day now, so I can make 2 blocks.
Yeah,
and it's quite
rather than
then.
being
It's not
sort
like
of
doing a whole quilt.
Yeah,
But you can just sort of concentrate on one block and then move on to the next one. So that's quite nice.
Yeah, I would join those 2 rectangles together, then join the 4 patch to the rectangles, and then pop the sides on. And this one down here is exactly the same, just in a different orientation. So a 4 patch, 2 rectangles, join those, and then bring the sides on. And then this one here, I would do another 9 patch. And then I would sew a square to a rectangle, and then 2 squares either side of that rectangle.
Okay.
They would add on to the 9 patch, and they would add on, and then it is just a, you know, sort of centre of the centre.
Do it. Look at it as one block at a time.
Yeah, yeah. So if we get cracking,
right.
See if we can get this pieced.
Brilliant.
Now, it's up to you whether you choose to use pins or not. They're small enough squares, I think, perhaps to not need to pin.
Oh, okay.
I would start to pin as, you know, sort of when you start to intersect your seams, perhaps pin then. But I think as far as, you know, these first seams go, as long as you've got that little bit of starch or best press, it shouldn't shift too much. Right, so, and I would just chain piece. And if you've got your picture to hand, you'll, you know, sort of once you've picked them up, you'll know where to put them back down. Right, I'm just going to increase the length. That's automatically, I've got it on a number 6 for the 1/4 inch seam. It's automatically gone to 1.8.
Oh wow.
I'm just going to increase
short.
it to about 2.2.
Yeah.
It's entirely your choice.
That's funny, isn't it? They must think 1/4 inch means you're like, I don't know, FPP or something.
Well, so, yeah, a
Very
1/4 inch
short.
would be for FPP, so that it perforates the paper.
Yeah, but that's very too short for patchwork.
It is if you go wrong and you've got to unpick.
Oh, I know. Oh.
Yeah. So yeah, this bit now is perhaps a little bit tedious, but you'll start to see it come together. So I'm just popping one on top of the other for this 9 patch.
Oh, okay. So all the pairs you're sewing in one go?
I'm just going to sew them all in one go, yeah. And then if you find that you come unstuck, just, you know, look back at the image, and you'll be able to put them all in the right place and carry on again. This is where if you sat at a table and you've got the knee lift, it's perfect, because you know, sort of having to fiddle with the little lever there. If you've got your knee lift on and you like to use it, you
Then
just,
you can just keep
whiz
using that all the
straight
time.
through.
Do you have that on your machine?
I do, and my foot pedal will lift the needle.
Oh, okay.
So it gives you both hands to be able to wrestle with your fabric then. And
okay. But it's quite nice to work this way with everything laid out to one side of you.
it is, and it is. Oh, all right, just something. Okay.
I think you've just unthreaded yourself.
Let's grab some scissors. No, I can never work the
Oh, the needle threader.
threaders
Well,
on
you
there.
just have to get used to them. It takes a while,
Yeah.
doesn't it? When I got my new machine, it took me a while to work
Yeah.
out how to use it. In fact, I thought, I can't do this. And then one day I thought, actually, I'm going to just sit down and
Yeah.
work it out. And then I can do it really easily now.
Right, hopefully we'll leave that one as it is.
Okay. So you just keep sewing it. It's all a 1/4 inch seam
It's
allowance.
all a 1/4 inch seam.
Oh.
So if we now start to put these back in position, we'll be able to work out what the next.
So you pick them up as they go along, sew them together and then put them back?
Yeah, I'll just pop them back. Now I'm going to just finger press, excuse me, to the dark side. I'm only finger pressing because that could change, you know, as you start to put the rest of the pieces together.
Right.
You might think, oh, actually it's going to work better if I press it
Oh, I see.
in the other
so
direction.
just do that for now,
Just
and then
for
when
now.
you sew them.
And then when you're certain
okay,
that's
that
the
makes
way
sense.
you want your seam to go, excuse me, then you can press them with the iron. But I think sometimes as well, when you press with just your you know, sort of fingernail, thumbnail, you get that little bit of a bounce in the seam that just gives you something to lock the pieces against.
Which really helps with
whereas
seam
if you
matching.
if you pressed it flat, sometimes, you know, they'll just slide against each other and there's no actual you know, sort of edge to butt up against. So there's a little 4 patch start and a 9 patch.
You can see it all coming together now.
Yeah. That hopefully will press out.
Perfect.
Okie doke. So what we'll do now is just carry on with this 9 patch. Just pop those on top. Whiz those
Oh, I'll
through
press
the
that one
machine.
for you.
Thank
I can be
you.
your pressing assistant. Try not to burn it this time. No. I know, since I managed to burn everything the other day.
Oh, have you burnt something?
Well, because I have an Eliso iron at home, I forget that not all irons have little
you've left
legs.
it down, yeah.
Unfortunately, why don't all irons have little legs? Didn't notice until everybody messaged me.
Yeah. Are you enjoying using it though?
I love it. I absolutely love it. But I am very used to the fact that it lifts up. I mean, I don't keep it on its down all the time because otherwise the ironing board gets a bit hot.
Yeah.
Although it does turn itself off after like 20 minutes or something. But
Yeah.
it is really good when you're doing this kind of thing where you're just pressing, you know, you don't have to keep picking it up and putting it on its end.
Yeah.
I'm a bit lazy. I used to just leave it down and my ironing board's really stained.
Yeah. So all I've done there, this is that little 4 patch. I am going to use a pin just on that intersection, just to keep it still as it goes under the presser foot.
But this is really nice because it's nice that it's broken down, that you can think, right, well, this afternoon I'll just do a block. Oh, and then if it goes quick in between, you can do another one and you just keep them all.
Yeah.
But I think sometimes big quilts can be intimidating.
Yeah.
Because you think, well, I've got to do the whole thing.
Yeah. And there aren't any big pieces. There's no sort of big borders to wrangle with.
True.
It's all,
yes, that's true.
you know, sort of 12-inch blocks.
So the cutting is quite nice,
Yeah.
and then you can keep it all together.
Yeah.
I guess also if you haven't done much rotary cutting before, this is quite a good introduction because by the time you've cut this quilt out, you'll be a genius.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not sure. I've not got one of those fancy. What are they called? The
Oh yes,
strip cutter.
Yes.
Yeah.
Stripologies.
Yeah, that's I
It
can't
would
think
be
of the word,
ideal for a
but
stripology.
yeah, yeah. You basically cut in 2-inch strips.
Right. Okay.
Of the colours anyway, but the background fabrics are all different.
Yeah, so if you've got stripology, it'd be perfect for that.
Yeah, you could motor through it.
2-inch strips.
Yeah. So on this 9 patch, I've just pressed the seams to the dark. You know, sort of just keep it nice and traditional, I suppose. And then I don't think actually that you get too much shadowing with this fabric, even though it's a cream. It seems to be okay.
But because it's a nice quality, isn't it? There are different qualities of plain.
Yeah.
But I think because
it's not too bad. But if you are concerned, if you really don't want to risk any shadowing, you could press your seams open. It just slows the process down a bit because you've not got those, you know, sort of edges to
it's not
to
as easy
lock.
with the seam matching, but this, because it's Rose and Hubble fabric, it's a decent weight as well, isn't it? It's quite good.
Yeah, it always feels warm. I think it's like a warm feeling fabric. So I'm just going to sew as close as I can to that pin without actually going over it, just so that hopefully my seam doesn't budge.
What a beautiful design. I was going to buy just the pattern, but one of the bundles accidentally found its way into my basket from Christine. Do you know what, Christine? That just happens. You know, happens to me into shops all the time. Whenever I'm shopping online, I go, I was only going to.
Yeah.
And then, but I think it's worth it because for the price, you are getting exactly the right fabric. And you've got the pattern to make another one as well. So send us a photo, Christine, when you've done it. Which one did you buy? Oh, did you buy the blue one? When did you buy the blue one? It is lovely, but those are exactly the colours that Amanda's made. Those are the colours you're going to get, so it's worth it. An accidental fall. I'd like to make it and then change my quilts every season.
Yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it? Have a themed. Neve did that this Christmas, actually. She bought Christmas bedding, and she's got pictures in her bedroom that are, you know, sort of all these like beaches and just all soft, swishy things. And she changed the prints out for Christmas prints.
Fantastic.
So it was like a little grotto.
Oh, I think that's amazing. I've always wanted Christmas bedding and I never get it, and I don't know why. Why don't I just buy it? In fact, I should get it in the sales now, shouldn't I?
Yeah, that's the best time, isn't it? To
get Christmas bedding now.
Yeah. So I'll just pop that there, just so that you can see. how it's starting to take shape. Now I'm just leaving the seams, you know, sort of on that. It's not too bulky for me, but you can, if you want, you know, sort of spin the seams just to open them up. But I didn't think that it was especially bulky.
Yeah, I guess it's a personal preference, although you do quite a lot of quilting, so you do know.
Yeah, it depends, you know, sort of how you want to quilt it as well. If you're wanting to stitch in the ditch, then perhaps you do want to press all your seams towards one side rather than open.
Right.
And then spin the seams just so that you can, you know, sort of get a really precise ditch stitch. Right. Sorry, this it's not the most exciting thing to watch, is it, me?
It's a lovely, peaceful process to see it all coming together as well. But this is how we do it, you know, when we've got the kit back home and when we sew our quilts, this is what we're doing. And it's always nice to watch an expert, because I think you always pick up tips on.
Well, hopefully this is, you know, sort of probably the second most complicated one. So if you've seen how this can be broken down into segments.
I quite like it because you're just picking up little bits and doing it. You're not, I mean, I know it's quicker when you do loads of chain piecing for a whole quilt, but it's a bit tedious, isn't it?
Yeah.
When you have to do the same thing 48 times. You think, oh, I've got to 20, I'm not even halfway. But this is quite nice. That's why I think I like FPP. You're just doing like one little thing at a time. A little bit,
yeah. And I think the key is to lay it out, because I'm terrible. You know, I'm a bit like a goldfish. You know, one swim around the bowl and it's gone. But if you've got it to the side and you can just keep looking
and then
at
keep
that
putting it back
and looking at the diagram, you shouldn't go wrong. And they're only 2-inch squares, so if you do go wrong, it's not a great deal to unpick. Almost there.
And like you say, if you're doing it in pairs, you can sort of sew one, then pick up the next one.
Yeah, I always tend to, you know, sort of, I'll just chop them off and use them for the next bit. So that one's going out, that can go in. As far as, you know, sort of pressing which direction to press the seams in, it is just a case of, you know, sort of what works for you.
Yeah,
I've tried to keep the 9 patches so that they're going towards the dark side, but you might find that you've got to, you know, sort of press perhaps to a light fabric. But
so if you want the kit for the design, the quilt colourway that's behind the mantle, the blue one, that's £58.99. £58.99 for a double bed. That's 72 inches square. So you get the instructions with that and 6.5 metres of fabric in total. That is all plain Rose and Hubble quilting weight cotton, so it's beautiful quality. You get 3.5 metres of white and then a metre each of light blue, medium blue and dark blue, and the instructions as well. £58.99, you can't go wrong, can you? And it's really nice. If you've done a bit of rotary cutting or none at all, this is a really good introduction, because you're cutting 2-inch strips. And, you know, when you're doing things, the best way to learn anything, you want people to go, oh, you know, she's really good at sewing, you can do that. It's all about practice. And the best way to learn it is to just keep doing it. And you've got to cut loads of 2-inch strips for this. So you'll soon be an expert. But £58.99, and we are very low on stock on that one at the moment. There's the most popular colour.
Perhaps I should have made a few at home. But then you wouldn't have seen it from
I know, but we wouldn't have seen the whole process then.
Oh, okay, so we'll just carry on with this. But yeah, I'm just, you know, sort of swapping and changing from block to block, just so that I don't have to cut my thread and waste any thread. just to...
But that's why you say that it's a good idea to have it all laid out.
Yeah.
Then you can just keep doing one bit at a time.
And you could stack them in piles. You're going to be making either 4 or 8 of each block. So if you layered them, you know, you can just grab.
Oh, okay. Yes. So where the blocks you've got to make more than one of each, you can do it in groups.
Just layer them up. Unless you've got a huge sideboard that you can place them all out on. But a little bit of flannel.
Yeah,
it's
the
quite
brushed
nice.
cloth and the flannel
They'll
fabric
just
is
stick.
perfect for that, isn't it? Because it really does stick.
Yeah. I'll quite often, in my my workrooms in the garden, excuse me, and I've got a long sideboard in there, but it's just full of stuff all the time. So more often than not, and I suppose so, I feel like I'm still taking part in, you know, family activities. I'll come and do the dining table as well, especially for cutting out. It's just bigger and flatter. But then if I've cut out, and then I've got to go across the garden to the workroom, and a gust of wind, and they're just all, it's gone like confetti. Yeah, a little bit of flannel would just make them stick like fuzzy felt.
Idea. And you can just, you know, drape that across the table, even if you've just got a brushed cotton sheet.
Yeah.
And then you can keep them all flat on that.
Yeah. So it's up to you, however
Good morning,
many...
Rebecca and Amanda. The quilt is lovely. What size is it, please? Thank you from Norma. Well, Norma is 72 inches square, which is double bed. Really?
Yeah,
It's
it'll
6
lie
foot,
flat on a double bed, yeah.
So 6 foot square, and you think a double bed is 5'6" or 5'4"?
Ooh, I don't know, ours is a king, which is 6 foot.
6 foot. It is 5'6" then. So double bed is 5'6", and this is 6 foot. So it will lie on a double bed with a little bit of overhang. And it depends whether you have it over the pillows or not. I always have mine at the base of the pillows and then going over the end of the bed. Don't know why. I think it's I tell you what, I think because when I put it over the pillows, it squashes them.
Yeah.
So when I've shaken my pillows, if I put a quilt on top, it squashes them again.
Yeah.
So I usually have it at the base of the pillows and then going over the end.
We used to, when we first moved in, we went mad at IKEA and bought, you know, sort of, I don't know, a dozen throw pillows. And in the end, they all just get stuffed to the end of the bed and just left there.
Because you don't like,
Yeah. It takes ages to get in bed, doesn't it, when you've got a...
But, you know, with any of these quilts, if you want it bigger, so say you've got a king-size bed or even a suit king, just put borders around it.
Yeah. It would look nice, actually, with maybe a 6-inch white border.
Yeah, you could just use white, or you could use one of the colours in it. If you bought some more of the colour, you could put a couple of borders. You could put one in one colour, one in another, and that's always the great thing. I think don't ever feel limited by the size of a quilt and think, oh, it's not quite big enough. You can very easily put borders on. And also, if you want it for a single bed, that's fine too. It will just have a bigger overhang down the sides.
Just trying to think which way. We'll go to the outside, but as I say, you can repress if it turns out that they're not where you wanted them to be. So I think if we maybe stop at this point and just have another look. So 9 patch complete. Next step is to bring that side piece in and then add that top piece on. I'm going to add the strips to the 4 patch and then bring the rectangles in. That one is the same, that's just the same block, just at a different angle. And then 9 patch, and we'll put the short side on and the long bottom.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll just keep going.
I know, so you think, well, I know Amanda's cut this out in advance, but she's, you know, made this all. I think you could get quite a few blocks done in one day.
You could. I did.
Did you? Yes, you can prove that you did.
Yeah, I think, like you said, if you cut on one day and then, you know, sort of give yourself, I don't know, a day to do a particular block.
But then sometimes, you know, when you think, well, I've got an hour now. Oh,
Yeah.
that's not enough time to get everything out. But if you're just doing one block, then you can get that done.
And if it's pre-cut, it doesn't seem such a chore then, does it, I think?
Yeah.
Sometimes when you've got to, you know, sort of get things cut and faff about, it can put you off. Whereas if it's all ready to go...
Yeah, then you can just dip into the bag and do a few. Anyway, it's supposed to be an enjoyable process, not like, oh, how fast can I do it? We always think, oh, how fast can I do it? But it's the process that's the good thing.
And I don't tend to press until towards the end.
Okay.
Even if I knew, you know, sort of which way I was wanting the seams to face, I probably wouldn't press until the block was either finished or almost finished.
Why is that then?
I don't know. Laziness.
Oh, no. You're supposed to say, well, because laziness.
I suppose I do like that, the bouncy seam, you know, sort of so that everything interlocks. But I don't know, I think as long as you've taken your time and you've starched and cut nice and accurately, it shouldn't, sometimes if you start attacking the pieces with steam, they can start to distort.
Yeah, no, you're right, actually, it does, yes.
Whereas if they're just... And none of these are on the bias, so you can't do too much damage.
I know what you mean, but you can really distort. I'm a bit of an overpresser, to be honest. I don't know. I press everything several times hard, and it does. I often do have to stretch things back again.
Yeah. It does. I mean, if you find that happens, as long as you've tested your fabrics that they're not going to, you know, sort of run and bleed. I've, you know, sort of if I've been really. Disappointed with how something's turned out, I'll absolutely drown it in starch, lock the door and come back to it the next day. And sometimes it's miraculously sort of shrunk up and...
Oh, okay. I have had to block them before and stretch them back into shape big time because I think I've been a bit of an overpresser with steam.
Yeah, I like steam, but more often than not I'll press dry and then I'll do the very last press, you know, before it goes on the long arm. I'll use steam then.
Yeah, maybe I should. I don't overpress. I went on a curtain making course once and they said you should never press. I went, what do you mean never press? My iron is my best friend. And all these people out there, the people on the course went, no, I never press a hem. I think, oh, okay.
I would, if you know, sort of when I'm dressmaking though, I'll press, you know, religiously when I'm dressmaking, but not so much when I'm piecing.
Maybe I need to just turn the steam off. I'm never going to stop pressing.
Okay, almost there.
It's looking good now. It's nice to see the colours together.
Obviously, they are nice colours. I've not got any blue in this, but I think with that pop of blue as well, it will be a really lovely combination.
Yeah, no, it is. It's really pretty, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, yes, although this is the winter one in blue, it is the pattern itself that looks lovely in the colours, isn't it?
Yeah. Right, so let's get this on. Now I'm just going to put the rectangle underneath, just so that I've got all of those seams on the top and I can just push them to where I want them to be. Sometimes if I put my pieced pieces underneath, the seams will flick and turn.
Well, I like this pixelated design. It makes me think of like the crochet corner to corner, which is really popular at the moment. And that's a similar thing where you're crocheting little blocks, little squares. But unlike with patchwork, with corner to corner, you start in one corner and you crochet diagonally with a crease to the centre, and then you decrease back to the other corner. Which is quite cool. Yeah. It starts off little, gets big, and then gets little again. Yeah. But it's exactly the same thing. You work from a chart.
Yeah.
So everything is in little blocks.
I've never been able to crochet.
Got to be the next thing, man.
I can knit painfully and slowly.
If you can knit, you can crochet.
But my crochet, it's like
Well,
super tight.
what you need is a double gin and tonic. This would be my recommendation, because it sort of helps us to loosen things up a bit, you know? And you're like, oh, yeah, okay, there we
I'm
go.
still working through the Baileys. Because the
Baileys would
once you
help.
open it, you've got to drink it, haven't you?
Yeah, you
Because
do.
cream will go.
It do, but you can pour it over ice cream.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to do...
I think a little shot every morning helps as well.
There was, as I was driving in this morning, I've got...
She was drinking the Baileys, you shouldn't do. I help with the floods.
I was listening to Radio 2, of that age now, that Radio 2.
I can't listen to Radio 2, like
Can you
on
not?
principle, because otherwise I'm going to have to be that age. So I just don't. I'm just on principle.
But the thing with Radio 2 now in the week, it's all the people that we remember from when
I
we
know,
were
and then
on
it
Radio
makes
1.
me feel really old, because all the presenters are our Radio 1 presenters, aren't they? And all the songs are... So I don't listen to it on principle because it makes me feel old.
There was, I don't even know their names, there's a man and woman that present on a Sunday morning. The lady is a vicar. I'm not sure who the man is, but it's not...
Okay.
It's not heavy duty.
Put your message in if you know who on earth they are.
Actually, I've sewn that one wrong.
That's what you get for talking.
It is, so that white should be there.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know whether to just leave that at that point there. But
Got
yeah,
we've got about 8 minutes left.
Okay. So actually, shall I?
Do you want to give it to me and I'll unpick it for you?
Well, I'll bring the others in.
Okay.
Just so you can see how it starts to
All
build
right
up.
then. Well, we know how to put a block together
So we
now.
know how to put a block together. So it is now just a case of following your diagram and laying out a quarter block. But yeah, anyway, this lady...
Yes, what's the rest of the story?
Oh,
It's
yeah.
a matter about the quilt.
So, bearing in mind she's a vicar, she said she had a glass of red wine, a late night tipple, and she must have taken it up to bed, put it on the bedside table, and she woke up this morning, obviously, at, sort of, I don't know...
She takes red wine to bed. Well, interesting.
And she'd only drunk half of it. And she woke up this morning at something like 3 o'clock, to get ready to do the Radio 2 programme. And she looked and she says, sort of, when's the cut-off? When is it a late night tipple? Or a drink at breakfast?
Yeah, I
She said
reckon...
she didn't,
she
didn't finish it off.
3 o'clock, but I find 3 o'clock in the afternoon is a bit... It's too late to start something and too early to finish something. It's a really weird time, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because like 3 o'clock you go, oh, well, I need to be starting cooking tea at like 5ish, but then it's too late, too early for anything.
And then
that's
sort of with
funny.
the fuel
So
crisis.
did she finish it off?
No, she said that she was going to put it into a spag bowl.
Good idea.
Right. So we're going to join the blocks into 3 rows of 3, and then just join the rows together.
Okay.
So you'll see the pattern
Yeah,
start.
so once you've done the blocks, then it all comes together really quickly.
It does, yeah. And you can see the pattern then. It's not...
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Now this one will look a little bit odd because it's not completely sewn together, and I've got those in the wrong place, but it gives you a rough idea. But you do need the chart.
To follow.
I'd say I'm hopeless.
You need to follow the chart.
All the time, yeah. But that is the general gist. So if you imagine
I
that
like
sewn
it in
together.
those colours. That's quite pretty, isn't
Yeah.
it? And I guess it looks nice in the red. So You could do it in monochrome,
You
greys,
could,
couldn't you?
Yeah, you could even do it if you've got some Christmas fabrics left over. You know, the traditional red, gold and green.
Yeah.
Or if you've gone for like the silvers and the blushes. You just want a light, medium and a dark, and something that from a distance reads reasonably solid.
Oh, okay.
You know, sort of
yes.
these small prints are ideal, but if you've got something
yeah, like a big
floral,
right,
you're not going to see what
So you
it is.
need light, medium and dark. So if
Light,
you've got the
medium and dark.
instructions, well, if you've bought the kit, you've obviously got the instructions already. But if you buy the instructions on their own, just remember you need a light, medium, dark, and either a solid or a small print.
Yes, yeah. Metallics would look good.
Oh, yeah, they would, wouldn't they?
Trying to think what batiks would look. You get a lovely colour wash with
yes,
a batik.
because you'd get the colour, but you'd get a wash as well.
Yeah.
So actually, because these are all 2-inch strips, if you've got jelly rolls, you can just cut them down to 2 inches.
You could cut them down. You could. I mean, you would have to do some jiggery-pokery with the background pieces.
Possibly, yes.
But you could even leave them at 2.5 and have a bigger
quilt.
quilt.
Just for the plain, just for the colours.
The colours,
you could use those.
Yeah.
But it's really lovely. And then, like you say, you could put wider borders on if you wanted.
Yeah, you could even, because it's 72, a 6 or a 12-inch a pieced border, you know, sort of, you could put 4 patches, you know, sort of just
yes, all the way round. Oh, that would
because
look nice,
it's always
wouldn't
going to be divisible by 2, so it's
yes,
a nice easy border to work with.
Or a flying goose.
Yes.
A flying goose.
A goose, the odd goose.
That would look nice, wouldn't it?
Yes. But no, I'm pleased with it. It's turned out really, you know, sort of from the idea in my head.
Yeah, no, it's lovely. Well, and I was saying, I think a lot of these pixelated patterns are really popular at the moment.
That was sort of the inspiration. I think
really
Riley
like
Blake did a rose one a few years ago.
Oh, okay.
And Tilda has done, I think that's a floral as well. But I do like the
yes,
the
it's amazing,
pixelated.
because when you get close to it, it just looks like lots of squares. But then when I look at it on
stand
the
back
screen,
and you get
it really
the effect.
looks good.
Yeah.
So thank you for that one. Thank you for that one. So the spring one will be coming when?
I think I'm guessing around beginning of April.
Oh, okay.
Is January, February, March? Is that class? I'm not sure when spring.
Well, it's 21st of March is the first day of spring,
right,
so April's okay.
Yeah.
I guess 3 months' time.
Yeah.
And have you started working on that one?
I've got the design. I've not started to
but
later.
you've done the design.
I've got the design for all 4.
Oh, okay.
In my head.
Oh, yeah. Let's hope nothing
I've just
happens
got
to you between now and then.
I've just got to draft it out.
Oh, okay.
But
And then
yeah,
they will be it will be the same size.
They'll be the same size, just different colourways.
Yes.
So some nice, you know, sort of spring sort of lemons and lilacs for the spring. Some nice hot
and a similar
colours.
pixelated.
Yes,
idea.
a pixelated
right.
design.
So once you've kind of learnt the process with this one, the next one will
the
be
other
even
ones will
easier.
be more of the same. Yeah.
Well, thank you, madam. Well, we'll see you back here in another hour
Yes.
for your gorgeous pinwheel quilt. The layer cake pinwheel quilt.
Yes.
I'll just run through the kits one more time. So if you want the instructions only, they are on screen.
Oh, sorry.
Nick those off you. The instructions only, remember you will need 3.5 metres of the plain fabric which is used for the background and 1 metre each of light, medium and dark. The dark will be used for the binding, so that's all included. You'll need to get extra backing and wadding, which is basically 4 metres of backing. That's the instructions on their own. If you want to make the quilt that's exactly the same as Amanda's, then we do have a few of the kit left. You get 3.5 of white, which is the background. You get 1 metre of light blue, 1 metre of medium blue and 1 metre of dark blue, and the dark blue is used for the binding and the instructions, obviously, so then you can make even more. That is the blue and white version. If you fancy something a little bit warmer, the red version, you get the 3.5 metres of white background fabric. Then you get this grey, it's like sponge, I would say splodgy, but it's like a sponged grey. That's the light colour. The medium colour is, again, because it has to be this small print, is a sort of a deeper rusty red. Well, actually, no, maybe that's the dark colour. You could choose.
You could interchange.
You
I
could
think
choose
as long
which
as you
one, because you've got 1 metre each.
Yes. Yeah.
So you can choose which one you had.
It's just whatever you choose to be your dark has to be the binding.
Has to be the binding as well. So you can choose which is dark, which is medium actually, maybe that one is the dark. You get this lovely like a sponged effect but with the leaf print, and then you get this geometric one in the rust red. The kit that Amanda has been demonstrating, the pastel version, you get 3.5 meters of ivory, and then you get 1 meter each of this sort of dusky pink, mauvey purple with little stars on, and then this lovely blue. There we go. If you want the backing fabric, you will need 4 meters. We do have a bundle of blue. That's 4 meters. That's enough to do the whole quilt. You have to piece it down the centre, but it is enough because you've got 4 meters there, £28.38, 32 even. That's absolutely perfect for the blue quilt. And the same bundle, if you want 4 meters of the elephant grey, this is enough for the quilt. We have that as well. Anyway, so that's all of it. Thank you so much for joining me this hour. Congratulations to all of you who've managed to check out on your instructions in the kit. Amanda will be back with us at 11 with her Pinwheel Quilt. I will be back with you in a few minutes' time. It's all about the quilting tools, and don't forget, fantastic deal on a big bundle of threads. Please do check out in the break if you haven't already, and we'll be talking about them when I come back to you in a minute.
Hi everyone, I'm Sally Ann Harrison and I am a patchwork and quilting fanatic, and I've been sewing all my life. I'm currently based here in Bristol, but I used to live in the USA, and that's where I picked up the sewing bug big time. I suppose you could say that my sewing journey began when I was about 8 or 9. I distinctly remember the first thing that I ever made, and it was, I say I ever made on my own. Obviously I did sewing at school, but I came home and I chopped up one of my mother's old uniforms, and she used to work in a store. I cut up these little pieces of cotton and I made myself a bikini top, and I can remember the absolute thrill of putting this little bikini top on and going out on my bicycle and riding up and down the road, and that was the first thing that I ever made, and I was totally smitten. My claim to fame has to be demonstrating at the Houston International Quilt Show. I am very heavily into wool applique, and I developed a technique where you would use a perlé thread on the top of a sewing machine, and they were interested in Houston. I actually went along to demonstrate in open studios whilst the show was on. It was really magical to have so many people that were interested in what I could do with a sewing machine. I am one of the longer running guests now on Sewing Street. Goodness knows how that happened. But I still get an absolute buzz every time I come up and do a demo, and I love receiving your messages and the feedback after the show. It's absolutely amazing. I'm hoping to bring you lots of new techniques and different ideas, so do stick with me and follow my Sewing Street journey.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers, and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
It's a new year, so that can only mean one thing.
It's time for those New Year resolutions.
And it's the perfect time to start a new hobby.
Jewellery Maker, Sewing Street and Hobby Maker are here whether you're starting something new or advancing your skills on a current hobby.
With all the tools you need to start, as well as expert demonstrations from our great guests.
Are you starting a new hobby this January? Share your new makes with us by tagging Jewellery Maker, Hobby Maker or Sewing Street using the hashtag #NewYearNewHobby.
And watch us every day from 8 AM to 1 PM on Jewellery Maker.
On Hobby Maker, 6 to 8 AM and 1 to 6 PM.
And 8 AM till 1 PM on Sewing Street.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So this hour is all about the quilting essentials. So if you watched the last hour with Amanda where she made a beautiful quilt, you'll be needing some quilting tools and equipment. But as promised, at 8 o'clock, we're going to start with the thread. This is an amazing offer. Now, if you're like me, always running out of thread, hate running out of thread, very annoying. So we've got a fantastic offer for you of a box of black and we've got it in white. Let me show what you get in here. Now, there is 100 yards on each spool. All of the thread in this box, they're all black in this one. 36 spools of black thread. Yes, so this works out. Oh, Ben's got us. Have we having an offer? So this is, well, I said this is amazing because this is normally £35.99. So that's £1 a spool. No, £19.99 for 36. That's ridiculous. I said this was a good offer and I didn't even know we were going to drop the price. That works out as 55 pence a spool. Now, this is 100% polyester, so it's super strong. It's ideal for dressmaking, quilting, home sewing, whatever you need. But it is super strong. I'm going to get them all out so you can see them. I'm sure I can make a great big pyramid. They all come in a box, which is actually quite handy because you can, if they all came in a bag, where would you store them? They all come in a box so that you can keep them, like here's the white one, flat on your shelf. I mean, I think the fact that we've dropped that to £19.99, I think it's worth getting the box of black and the box of white. Because obviously black will do for any of your dark stuff, whether it's navy or grey or whatever, and then white goes with pretty much anything, doesn't it? So 36 spools of thread, you've got 100 yards on each spool. Now bearing in mind, normally if you were buying a polyester thread, you'd be paying about 180 a spool for 150 metres. This is 100 yards, £19.99 for 36 spools of thread. It's brilliant. I mean, you know what you could do? You could keep, in advance, Wind up a few bobbins with it as well when you've got a spare minute, because it's annoying, isn't it, when you run out. Wind up a few bobbins, you've got them. You could then keep those in the box with it. So pop all your threads back in. You'll have a little space then, and you could put a few bobbins in there. Keep them flat on your shelf. Or if you know someone who's a sewer, like sewing, what a lovely gift. $19.99. Any sewer would be very, very pleased to be given 36 spools of thread. I know I would. That's amazing, isn't it? And it's great. They're all the same colour. Easy, easy, easy. So do wind up a few of your bobbins first. And it is so annoying. I mean, I have to be honest, I hate running out of thread. It really annoys me. And I try to keep stocks of, so I've often got boxes of 10s of different colours, but I always seem to run out all the same. So 36, they all come in the box. And the box has got the clear the window on it, so that you can easily say which one is which. 100% polyester. So I mean, and I know some people prefer to use cotton with cotton fabric. I always use polyester purely because it's stronger and so it doesn't rot at all. So that's the black one. $19.99. Yes, cotton does after a while. Oh, I had my scissors. Right. So I think, Ben, we are going to have to match the price. We can't have the black spools being $19.99 and the white ones being $36. That's ridiculous. So you are going to have to drop the price of these. It's not just ridiculous, Ben. It's outrageous. So I'm not going to get all of these out. So exactly the same. Should we open that one? They've all got a plastic sleeve on them. Right, now the white ones are limited. We only have 12 of these left. And we've got more than that in baskets, so you need to be super, super quick. If you want the white ones, there are 12 boxes left, and more than that are in baskets. There we are, I've taken off its little plastic sleeve. We'll have to keep this one now. And there's the end, so that you can use that. It's got a little notch in the top to keep it, so you can push it back in there. Uh-oh. Is it really limited? How many have we got left now, Ben? If you've got nine boxes left, more people have this in their baskets than we've got left. Don't wait to check out. It's not like your postage will only be applied once between now and midnight. If you check out now and in 2 minutes' time you decide you want the black one, you can check out with that. You won't be charged double. You will only be charged once. So there's only 9 of these left, of the white ones. We've got a few more of the black ones. But if you buy both, $19.99. This is go. I think these are gonna go. If you've got it in your basket, I mean, so for £40, you could buy all the 36 spools of white, the 36 spools of black. That's going to last you a long time. You know, it depends on what you're doing and what you're making, doesn't it? And how many you need, whether you're doing a whole quilt. But it's going to last a long time. You get both of the boxes. They've got the clear lid, so you can see where they are. Nicely stacked on your shelf as well. Lovely. Very nice. Worth going. I mean, those 36, that's £16 saving on each box. I mean, you know how, well, different threads cost different prices, don't they? Maybe you got a gift card for Christmas. You think, oh, I don't know what to spend it on. Shall I save it for some fabric? But to get yourself a box of 36, there's only 2 of the white ones left, and we have more in baskets. If you've got this one in your basket, you need to get checked out or you're going to miss out. Right, the black one is also approaching the danger zone. Well, I don't know what the danger zone. The danger zone means it is dangerously close to selling out. So if you want either of these, you need to get them checked out because they're going to go. We've got 2 of the white one left and only a few of the black one. That's an amazing price. I didn't know we were going to get this deal because when I came in this morning, I saw them. I said £36. That's an amazing price for £1 a reel, but not anymore. It's even cheaper. How much does that work out then, Ben? What's 36? What's 19.99? Oh yeah, 55p. Sorry, he's already said that. 55p for 100 yards of thread, and it is 100% polyester. It's a 50 weight thread, so it's perfect for your normal quilting, home sewing, and it's the two colours you use all the time. Right, have we got any of the white left? One. Who's the lucky person who's going to have one white one left? We only have one. No, it's gone. White's gone. Those white's gone. The only way you can take advantage of our special deal is to buy the 36 reels of the black thread, because the white's gone. So if you bought the white, get the black. Really useful. They'll last you such a long time as well. And if you've got the white one, you've already paid your P&P, so you may as well get the black one as well. 19.99, that's 55 pence for 100 yards of thread. You know what you pay for thread. I know I normally pay 170 to 180 for 100 metres. So 55p for 100 yards is an absolute bargain. Anyway, I'll leave that with you. We are very, very danger zone low in stock with this one now, and the white one has gone very low. I'll keep you updated as we go along. If you've got it in your basket, do check out. But once it's gone, it's gone. I don't know when we'll be getting these back. Should we talk about pencils next? Now, I love these. Actually, do you know what? We're going to talk about these in the order that I love them, because that's always a good idea, isn't it? Right, I'm going to get them all. The Sewline fabric pencils. Now, these are fab. So I tend to mainly use friction pens when I'm marking. However, friction pens do not work on everything, not all fabric. They certainly don't show up on dark fabric at all, funnily enough. I have tried. And also they're not great on all fabrics. And if you test them, because you should always test them, because the point of friction pens is that when you iron them, the pen disappears. It doesn't on all fabrics, as we know. There is no 100% guaranteed removal pen. And so when I'm using darker fabrics or textured fabrics like denim or corduroy, or fabrics that I think that it may stay on, I go to the Sewline pen. Now, these are fab because it's actually ceramic, which is a bit weird, isn't it? Oh, right, they have different colours. This one is, I'll give you the code, SXUV24. This one is yellow. So they come in different colours. I have to admit to having all the colours, because it's good for different things. So let me show you what you get inside. So you get the pencil, which has a rubber on the end, and you get some spare, I was going to say blades, some spare leads, but they're not leads because they are refills. Now, I'm just going to get a piece of fabric. Oh, there's a piece under here. I need a bit of that denim. I'll get a bit when Becky comes back. So all you have to do, where are we? Press the end, and then the lead, or whatever it is, the ceramic starts coming out. Can you see how super fine it is? It's really fine. This is fantastic when you want to make very small lines, or maybe I use it when I'm tracing embroidery, because it's just tiny lines, and then I'll do it on the back of here because it's white, and you just draw. You can draw with it. Now, obviously this is yellow, so you're not going to see this very well, but it draws beautifully, and it's such a fine line. And then, actually, to be honest, I find it just it tends to disappear after a while, particularly when you've been sewing. You can rub it out with the rubber, or if you use a damp cloth, you can remove it, or it will remove when you've washed. So for $9.99, you get the pencil, it's mechanical. So you only need to push out a little bit, and it doesn't, I find it doesn't break. Like, you know, with proper mechanical pencils that have got real lead in, they tend to snap. This doesn't, because it's ceramic. And you get the little file of spare leads. There we go. Becky, can I have a bit of denim, please? There we go. So you get, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 spare leads. They come with it already. And the great thing is with this, is once you've bought the pencil, You don't need to get another one. You can buy to get the spare leads because we've got those. We sell those separately as well. We'll go through those in a minute. So I tend to use the yellow on, oh, there we go. There we go, there's a bit of denim. There we go, we've got a bit of denim. I tend to use the yellow on the blue fabrics like a denim. So if you were using a friction pen, it wouldn't show up on here. And maybe you want to write on it, or you're doing some embroidery, or you just want to mark something, or you're marking a seam allowance, whether it's for marking seams or whether it's for marking words or different things, it will show up on a denim or a darker fabric. So that's the yellow one, that's the one that's there, £9.99. Now honestly, they are well worth the money. Sewline is a really good make. I've had mine for ages and I love it. And there's so many different, there's so many times when, as I said, I use friction pens mostly, but there's so many times when they just don't show up and you need a Sewline pen. And also, if you are concerned about it marking, which these don't tend to. So that's the yellow one. TBUV 80 is the black one. Let's have a look at this one. We'll be getting them all out. I mean, you have to have a think about what colour that you need to be doing, or just get them all. So obviously the black one isn't going to show up on there, but if you're doing white fabric, just get all of them. You see, that's, now the other thing is, look at the line. Can you see how fine it is? When you just want a really, really fine marking, even if you're just marking like a seam allowance on something. So maybe you want to mark your 1/4 inch seam allowance, just a finest line. You can use it for marking quilt tops as well. Again, with any of these transfer pens, pencils, marking pens, always test them first to make sure. But more often than not, a bit like they are reliable. Have a little go first. They will rub out, but you can also use them damp or when washing. But if you want just a really fine line, then it is well worth it, because you've got that. And it's because it's ceramic, it's not actually lead. It doesn't snap and break. The black one, exactly the same as the yellow one, comes with the pack of 6 replacement leads. But they're not lead, ceramics. They will last ages and ages and ages. Let's put the black one back in. The next one is QUV 80. Now this one is white. So white obviously is best to use on, the really dark fabrics. So the yellow one is ideal for blue, but if you want to mark on a black fabric, then how would you do it without white? This is what it's essential. £9.99, and the pen, obviously you can buy, I'll show you the replacement leads. The leads will last, the pen will last, and you just buy new leads, which are just slipped inside. So I'm going to show you on the blue fabric. And what's great is if you want to just do a really light line because you don't want to wash it out, once you've sewn over that, because you can see it to sew, it'll just disappear. But if you want to make it more solid, maybe you're doing some embroidery, so you need to really be able to see it. If you just go over it a few times, then the line gets thicker and you can see it more, but it will still come out. Now you can't get this with the friction pens because you just can't get the colours. But I use them a lot with embroidery, particularly if I'm embroidering on denim. I do a lot of things like embroidering flowers on my jeans pockets and on jackets and things. So if you're doing, it looks really nice if you embroider flowers and on stems all around the bottom of your jeans, quite like that. But if you're doing things like embroidery on denim, you need one of these to do the transferring with. So that's the white one. And then the final one, which is QDUV 73, that one is pink. So I won't get that one out because I've done all the others. Oh, they all come with leads. So here's the pink one. I think this is exactly the same. It's just, I think from memory, that this is just the newer packaging. because they've obviously going to card rather than plastic. And then this is the original packaging, but this is pink, £9.99. Again, you get the 6 not lead, ceramics, and you get the pen. All there they are, you can see them in there, but it's exactly the same as these, it's just the packaging. So you can choose between black, white, yellow and pink. So that covers pretty much all of your fabrics, doesn't it? Then they are lovely, they are really good fine line. Wow, I've just bought each of these pencils. Compared to traditional dressmakers chalks, these are so fine and precise from Derek. Yeah, I mean, you're right, that is the problem with chalk, is that it is thicker. It's fine if you're just marking a notch on something, but if you need to be fine and precise, these are fantastic. And once you've got one, you realise, oh, actually, sometimes you think, oh, well, the yellow's going to show up on that. No, I need the white, or the white doesn't show up, but it really is worth it. So you can buy also, as I said at the beginning, is once you've spent your £9.99, you've got the pen. Now, I wouldn't recommend keep changing them. So if you buy extra packs of other colours of the leads, I wouldn't recommend keep changing them over and putting a different colour in, because they may break as you're changing them. It's better to have one pen per colour. But when they run out, so we have got white. Now you get 6 in here, which is exactly the same as what you'll get in when you buy the pen itself. You'll get 1 lead in it and 6 replacements, but for £4.49 you can get 6 leads, which shows you really that that's actually really good value, isn't it? So that's the white if you want the replacement leads, and they all come in a little box as well, so they're easy to put in. And if you want the replacement black ones, there we go, £4.49 for the black ones. So the white ones are ceramic, but the black ones, these are graphite. I guess they just work better, don't they? But they are amazing, really. And honestly, because I use these all the time. So when I saw these this morning, I went, oh, brilliant, I love these. And it's always nice to show items that you use yourself, because a lot of people say, oh, what different things do you have, what tools do you recommend? And it's hard if you haven't used them yourself, but I do have all of these, because once you buy one colour, and they are, compared to the chalk, I mean, the traditional dressmaker's chalk is lovely, isn't it? And it comes in that little triangle, and it's really lovely, but it depends on what you're marking, but you will get a finer, more precise line with all of those. Anyway, I'll leave those with you. Hang on a minute. Right. I'm going to do this next. It's my next favourite thing. So this is the ironing board fusing mat. So now, have you ever used one of these? This is genius because it's the shape of an ironing board. This is on here, just stop it all sticking together. These are fantastic. Now, I first bought one of these for making cookies with. They didn't come in the shape of an ironing board then. But they are the same sort of mats that are used in the oven. And because nothing sticks to them. So they're fantastic when you get the oven versions for making cookies, because nothing sticks to them. They're made from silicone, and the whole point is that they are non-stick and they are heat-proof. Now, I have seen them before where you can buy them as squares. The one I have is a rectangle, but never full ironing board. I think this is absolute genius. Now, they are brilliant for using for applique. So what you can do, because they are see-through, see, completely see-through, and they've got measurements on. In fact, I've got mine the wrong way up. You can't see the measurements. 1 minute. It's brilliant, isn't it? I love this, because the one I've got is rectangular. It's never quite big enough. So this has got all the measurements on it. It comes with full instructions to explain exactly how to do it. So what you can do is, if maybe you're doing applique, you can put the fabric pieces on here, or if you've got the Bonder web, and then how do you then stick the how do you then stick the fabric down? Because if you press onto the Bonder web, it sticks to your iron. So there's the extra sheet here as well that you can use just to press on, like so. And you won't burn anything. So that's if you're doing Bonder web. I mean, this is genius. So you've got like 3 layers so that you can press onto here so that you can see through. What you can do is actually place the, because it's clear, you can put your pattern underneath. Maybe you've got lots of Bonder web shapes and you're making a big tree and you've got the pattern and you want them all to lay out. You can put your pattern underneath, place all your shapes on top of here on the fabric, put this on top, you can still see through, press it, and it means that all of those shapes are put into the right places. The other thing that I use mine mainly for is when I'm pressing interfacing onto something. So there's 2 ways, isn't there, when you're pressing interfacing. So if you press onto the interfacing, directly onto it, it'll melt. So you have to put a pressing cloth on top. But it's better, actually, I find, if you put the fabric on top of the interfacing and press from the fabric. So more often than not, you either get your interfacing stuck to your ironing board, or you get the interfacing stuck to your iron, but with this you don't. So what I do, because with my mat I don't have that sheet in it, I would put my fabric wrong sides up, then I'll put all my interfacing shapes on. So I might need, maybe I might need a 4-inch square of interfacing or different thing, or maybe I'll put my Bonder web on if I'm doing that, if I've cut out my shapes. Then I've got all of my Bonder web pieces. I put this on top. I can then press on top of here, because you can leave the iron on here. It will not melt. It's silicone. You can put it in the oven, so it's fine with the iron. And then everything is stuck without you getting, I cannot count the number of times I have scraped interfacing and Bonder web off my iron plate just because I haven't been bothered to get out my mat. But this is fantastic, $49.99, and it fits your whole ironing board. Because what I have to do with mine, because mine is about like an A3 size, when I'm doing bigger pieces of interfacing, if I'm interfacing like the inside of a tote bag, it's too big. This will cover your whole ironing board, and you can use it alone like this. It's like, yes, it's the whole pressing station. It's got all the measurements so you can match up things. So and then you've got this as well. Now, in the packet, in the box, all comes rolled up, and I'd recommend that you keep it rolled up like this and keep it in the box, because it will keep it nice and flat, unless you're keeping it on your ironing board, but it will keep it nice and flat. It gives you full instructions of what to do it. So it explains how to cut all the pieces out, and then, oh look, they're using an Eliso iron in this. That's interesting. I'm sure that's not a Millwood item. Then you can place this mat on top. So it explains exactly how to do it on here. So that's fab. It explains about the temperature, you see. So the maximum temperature is 260 degrees. There you go. So it is really hot. That's why these silicone mats is what you will also find for making cookies, because they don't stick. Very good for sausage rolls as well. But don't use this one, because this is way too big, and this is for your ironing. So you can use just this as the pressing, or you can use this as well. But it does make a big difference, particularly pictorial applique. I don't do so much of that as I do of interfacing. Because if you press the interfacing on the interfacing, it will bubble. And then if you press it on the other side, it will stick to your ironing board. So this is your answer. It's kind of you can use just the silicone mat. You can use the pressing sheet as well, or you can use them in tandem. Absolutely fantastic. And I think, it's a one-off purchase. If the fact you can iron up to 260 degrees, there's nothing's going to happen to it. But it does make very light work of any fusible fabrics that you're using, because you don't stick to everything. And you don't get that horrible, when you want to do it just very quickly, as you turn the heat up on your iron, and then it bubbles, and you get bubbles in your fabric because you've done it too hot. So I can highly recommend that. I've never seen an ironing board shaped one though. That's my next purchase, because mine is way too small. All right, just move that out of the way. Shall we do quilt basting? Let's do quilt basting spray. Love quilt basting spray. We never ever have enough stock of it. Now this is a new one, so this is the June Taylor version. So the one that we have as well, the 505, exactly the same. If you use the 505, the same thing, but this is just the June Taylor version. It's a quilt basting spray. Now, one of the worst parts of when you've finished your quilt is that you need to quilt it. Now, quilting is a pleasure, particularly if you've got a walking foot. Love a bit of quilting, but oh, do I hate the layering process. It's just tedious, isn't it? Because you have to put your backing fabric right side down, and you've got to get that really flat, so you pull it nice and straight. Then you put the wadding on. You've got to get that nice and straight. Then you put the quilt top on, by which point the backing fabric has moved slightly. Then you've got to tack all 3 layers together or pin them. But if you pin them, this is what I find, because I'm a bit lazy at tacking, so I tend to pin. All the pins end up falling out or breaking, because as you're quilting, you're moving it, and then it pushes the quilt up together and they all fall up. This quilt basting spray is the answer. What you do is always remember you have to spray the wadding, not the fabric. So if you lay your wadding down, lay your fabric on top, you can then peel back the fabric, start with the backing fabric, spray the wadding. If you're spraying it on a surface indoors, then just put a few sheets around, because if it gets onto other surfaces, it is a bit sticky for a while. Then you can put the fabric and just press it on. Now, the brilliant thing about this is it's removable. So say you're just doing a small cushion. That's really easy. You spray the wadding, put the fabric on top, flatten it out. If there's slight bubbles or anything in it, you can just peel it off and stick it back down. If you're doing a whole quilt, obviously you can't put the whole thing down in once unless you've got an enormous table. So you just roll it. You spray a little bit of the wadding and then put the fabric on, and then roll back the fabric and carry on all the way. You can then have a look at the back of your quilt. You know that your backing fabric is perfectly straight, which is important. If your backing fabric is a print or it's got a stripe, it's really hard to get that exactly straight compared to the quilt top. But if you stick it in place first, then all you do is flip it over, lay it wadding side up, and do the same process. Spray the wadding, lay your quilt top. You can then smooth it out, nice and neat, pull back any areas that haven't stuck completely, and then you can crack on with your quilting, and you haven't got to do any safety pinning, tacking or anything. So it really is worth it. It is temporary, it's repositionable, it comes out once you wash it. It's developed so that when you then sew with the sewing machine needle, it won't gum it up. It's not a sticky glue. It has been developed specifically for this purpose, so it won't gum it up. You can use it for lots of different fabrics as well. I mean, obviously it's a quilt basting spray, but if you want to temporarily bond 2 pieces of fabric together, maybe you're doing some applique, you haven't got any bonder web, or you're only doing a little piece, then you can spray the fabric pieces once you've cut them out, and then you can stick them on. And remember, it's a temporary bond. This is not a glue that's going to last forever. This is a temporary bond. So if you want to do applique, or you're doing areas of embroidery that you're stitching over, this is ideal. And it is developed so that it won't gum up the needle. It's brilliant, honestly. It's just one of those great tools, really worth having. So lots of you are checking out now. Welcome to Sewing Street. Glad you've joined the party. The Sunday sewing party. If only you were all here, we could have a party together. Would be great, wouldn't it? We'll go out for tea and cake afterwards. That's what I'm looking forward to. Right, anyway, there's your key. Which one? This one. I love this one. Right, Creative Grids. Love Creative Grids. Sorry, for those of you who know about rotary cutting, I'm just going to run through it. So, the best and quickest and most accurate way to cut fabric is with the rotary cutting system, which basically is a cutting mat, a ruler, and a rotary cutter. The rulers are made from perspex so that the rotary cutter won't cut through them, and so that you can see through them. They are always marked in either metric or imperial, usually in 1/8, 1/4 of an inch increments or 1/2 centimetre. The better ones, like Creative Grids, have a slightly textured back to them, so that they don't slip. Do I have a little, have we got a little one? Oh yes. Oh no, that's not little. I'll get this one. Have we got that's the only one I can find. I'll get the bigger one. Just to show you what the back, this is a different one, just to show you what the back. So can you see that this is slightly textured? And there's got slightly textured dots on it. And even the markings are slightly textured. So that when you, here's a piece of fabric I had earlier. When you put your ruler, look, it doesn't move. If I turn it that way, where it doesn't have them, it moves. So if I was cutting with my rotary cutter, it could slip. But because it has these textured things, it's actually quite hard to get it to move, which makes it safer, doesn't it? So I'm just showing you with that one. With the 6-inch square, if you've got, I would say, if you are new to rotary cutting, get a bigger cutting mat as you can fit on your table, then you can cut bigger fabric. I would get a 24 by 6 inch at least long one, ruler, because then you can cut full yardage of fabric. You fold it in half and you can cut across the whole width. So when you're making things and you need to cut like 2-inch strips, you can do that. But this, the smaller one, the big ones are too big. They're too unwieldy for when you're, say, trimming half square triangles, or when you're just cutting small pieces. So if nothing else, have a very long, narrow 24 by 6 inch, about that, and a small square. These are brilliant. When you are trimming half square triangles, it's great. It's got all of the increments in 1/8 of an inch. It also has the diagonal marking here. So that's great for squaring up half square triangles. Always place the diagonal line across your diagonal seam when you're doing that. If you've just got to cut, like just little things, like if you're binding the end of a zip and you need a piece of fabric that's 1 by 2 inches, so much easier with this. Really lovely. It's a very sort of basic tool, $14.99. So if you do lots of rotary cutting and you don't have a small one, it is really useful. I use mine a lot for drawing as well, not just cutting. So when I'm drawing seam allowances onto things, or maybe when I sew half square triangles and you draw the centre line and you have to sew 1/4 of an inch either side, I tend to draw that line just for accuracy. Because of the thickness of the perspex, it's much easier to be able to draw. You can see they're completely transparent. You can see through it. So I use mine a lot for drawing straight lines on things. If I'm putting a zip into something and doing like a postbox opening and I need to draw a line with 3 lines which are all 1/4 of an inch apart, it's perfect for that. So it's just a really useful thing. I keep it in my little workbox that lives on my table along with my scissors and my pin, so it's always to hand. But one of these great things. So 6.5 inch square Creative Grids, has a QR code on it. Scan that with your phone. It will show you how to use it as well. Perfect. Now we've also got the long rulers that I was telling you about. This is not Creative Grids. It's a different make. This is Janome designer template. So this is your long ruler. $12.99. So this will cut your metre of fabric. So what you do is you fold your fabric in half. I'm just going to go and pinch a piece off Becky's desk. One moment. We won't tell her. She doesn't know. I'm back. I'm back. So what we do is we get a cutting mat. Oh, yes. Here's one we unpacked earlier. So here's some fabric. Now the normal quilting weight fabric is 44 inches, so that will suit the larger cutting mats perfectly. So say you've got to cut 2-inch strips. So if you're watching the show earlier with Amanda and she was saying, you know, you're going to have to cut lots of 2-inch strips. Oh, I keep disappearing. I'm back. Line up, oh, can you see there? See the fold at the top? When you buy fabric, it will be folded already. And then the selvages are usually together, but not always completely, because the selvages are a bit wibbly, I find. So I always go with the fold. Unless you've bought, if it's fabric off a bolt, it will have a fold. If not, put the selvages together and press it, because this is the most important reference point, not these selvages. Lay that folded line across the top. So you've lined it up with that top line. Then get your ruler, and first of all, even if, do you know what, even if you've just cut fabric a few minutes ago, this line will go off. If you've got fabric that's sent to you, that you've ordered, it won't be right. You've got to start with a straight line. Right, I'm going to have to move out there now. Now, so what I would do first, I would trim off the edge. You don't want to trim off too much because I don't like wasting fabric. But I usually trim about half an inch off, and then you know it's right. So I'm lining up the line with my cutting mat because I know that that line is straight. So if I line up the line with my cutting mat, right. But you see the joy of this ruler, it's long enough to cut that. So that's trimmed that one off. Now don't move it because otherwise these will separate. Oh, it's no good, is it, when your rotary cutter isn't very sharp? It's always work with a very sharp blade. But this is rubbish, isn't it? I think also, to be fair, you never, when you're doing your rotary cutting, don't work it on a kitchen work surface height like this. You need to be standing above so the pressure is from there. Right, so say I need to cut, I mean this is in centimetres. So I need to cut 5 centimetre strip, for example. You line up that marking there, whatever width you're doing, on the edge of the fabric. Right, I'm going to try and stand on tiptoe so I've got a bit more weight to it. There we go. And then, oh, that's better. Yeah, so it was. So now I've got a perfectly cut strip of fabric. And then if you carry on like that, what I would say, once you've cut maybe 2 or 3 strips, I would re-straighten it. So although you haven't moved it, and even if you move it, definitely re-straighten it because these start coming apart. You probably only need to cut off like 1/4 of an inch, but you will then end up with, now you try cutting an accurate strip like that by drawing lines with a pencil and ruler. It's really difficult. These are really useful as well because they have the 45, the 60 and the 30-degree angles, which are great. The 45 degree for cutting bias strips. There we go. Pack of rotary cutting blades. Well, we've got the pinking ones here. So if you've already got a rotary cutter and you like doing either, if you're like me and you hate finishing seams, you can use these blades. You've got it's a 3-piece set: pinking, skip and wave. Now these are great, for one thing, for old Christmas cards. You can use them for gift tags next year. Cut them out with a pinking blade, really pretty. So kids love using these. Remember, they are very sharp. Do be careful with them. But if you want to finish an edge of fabric, instead of using pinking shears, you can use these blades. But have an experiment with them. Maybe you're doing some raw edge applique and you want just a slightly different finish to it before you do some free motion embroidery to attach it. Use these blades and you'll get a slightly sort of wavy finish. So they're really good. They will fit into any 45mm rotary cutter. So it doesn't matter which brand you've got, whether it's the this one, which is the Alpha, or whether you've got the Clover, or whether you've got the Millwood, doesn't matter. They will fit into any 45mm. And 45mm is pretty much the standard one. It's probably the one that you've got, but they will fit into any one of those. But worth having as well, because you get some really interesting effects to them. So talking about rotary cutters, so we've got 28mm rotary cutters here, and we have the replacement blades, which is really important. Now, if you are cutting small areas, so maybe you're using your rotary cutter for dressmaking and you're cutting around small curves like collars, necklines, armholes, having the small, the 28mm diameter blade means you can get around those corners better, just because it's a less of a circumference. If you're cutting small pieces, maybe you're doing foundation paper pieces, you're only cutting small shape pieces and you want to cut more accurately because you don't want to cut beyond it if you're cutting out several pieces. The smaller one is really useful for that. I have both of them. I've got the 28 and the 45, and 90% of the time I use the 45, but when you need the 28mm, you need it. So £10.99 is for the actual rotary cutter, which comes obviously with its own blade in there for fine cutting. But if you want replacement blades, you will need to buy these specially. £6.99 for the two. Now they fit. There are other makes of 28mm rotary cutters are available. These will fit into any of them. This is the one amazing thing about rotary cutters, that obviously someone decided at some point all replacement blades will fit in all makes of rotary cutters. Fantastic. So if you've got this one, you need the replacement blades as well. What should we do next? Oh, can we just do pins? I'm going to do these pins. I love these pins. The Clover quilting pins, I love these. I love them because they're just right for the job. A bit like needles, but have the right needle for the job. So these are super fine and super long. They're not, I mean, there are finer ones. So the plique pins are finer. They are actually 0.6mm diameter, but 48mm length. You get 100 pins in here. So if you are quilting, if you are pinning through top fabric, wadding, base backing fabric, the extra long length of this pin makes a big difference. They are sharp, so they will go through, but the actual diameter of them isn't super fine, so they don't break as easily. If you use like a plique pins or patchwork pins, the diameter is finer than that. They have got, half of them have got red ends, half have got green, so they're easy to find, but you can iron over them. They won't melt, they are heat resistant. So for quilting, these are perfect. And I think because they come in their own little box and you've got red ones and green ones, you tend to look after them and keep them. But they will make pinning through fabric so much easier. When you get your own dressmaking pins out, you'll suddenly realise how beautifully they slide through. And what the joy with them is if you are pinning your quilt rather than using a basting spray, you can even pin through twice so they don't fall out. Because if you pin through once like this, then you're quilting, you pick up your quilt, you're moving it around, these just fall out. But if you Ben just started shouting, steady! Do you think I was going to pin myself? But if you want, but because these are longer, you can pin through two or three times. Then when you pick your quilt up and you're moving it around, they're less likely to fall out. They're also, to be honest, this length, they're quite good for marking places. So when you have to leave like a turning gap, so you're sewing two pieces of fabric, turn them right sides out, they're really good for marking that turning gap because they're longer. You can see them. Perfect. So those are the quilting pins. I love those. Put them back in the thing. Oh, let's do thread. Can we do thread? Yeah, I love the Gutermann range. Oh, I can smell food. Oh, so nice. We've got lots of Gutermann ones. I love this range because it's really nostalgic. So this one is the 1930 one. Look at the tin. It's lovely, isn't it? It comes like this. It comes like this in a nice box as well, so you can see. And it also gives you on the back the colour numbers, so that if you want to replace them, it tells you that. I love her little bonnet. Look, it's like an old-fashioned shop. I love the tin. It's lovely, isn't it? Anyway, in here you get 30 spools. They are all 100 metres and they are all Gutermann's high quality 100% polyester thread. You've got your basic colours of black and white and navy and the greys and the browns, but then you've got all of the other colours, but you've got white and you've got ivory. Then you've got like 2 yellows, oranges, rusts. You've got dark purple, dark pink, light pink, 2 shades of red, 3 shades of blue, 3 shades of green and 50 shades of grey. No, that was a lie. 3 shades of grey. Just sort of felt I had to say that. 3 shades of green, 3 shades of blue, and 3 shades of grey. Actually, 4 shades of grey. So you have got all of the colours you need. So £39.99. And Ben, what does that work out per spool? Can you do 40 divided by 30? Yes, please. Right, £1.33 a spool. Now, if you go and buy these spools, they retail at about £170, £180 a spool, if not more. So this is a fantastic value. It all comes in the tin as well. When you finish them, it will come out. It's just a foam insert. Oh, now I've ruined the look. But it will come out, so you can use this as a storage tin if you want, or you can use it to keep your threads in. Lovely gift. And this is beautiful quality. It's Gutermann quality polyester thread. And isn't it lovely to have all of the colours as well? Because even if you're doing, I mean, not, you know, if you're doing a big project, you'll probably go and buy a big spool of the right colour. But when you're doing little bits of machine embroidery or little bits of applique, or you're just doing a top stitch, maybe you're top stitching the edge of your zip and you need a colour to match your fabric, this is when you need a big box of thread. Perfect. Right, the next box, I'm going to show you the little one now. Right, I've got two little ones. Oh, right, 1927. Oh, yeah, let's go 1925 first. What happened in 1925? Don't know. Gutermann made this box of thread. Look, now, isn't it lovely? It's charming. Look at her doing her sewing. Right, and in here, see, these are the colours you need. This is a lovely gift, isn't it, to yourself? No, it's got black, white, taupe, dark brown, grey, olive, navy and red. Those are the colours, the basic colours you need. So maybe you want to put together a travel sewing kit. This is ideal. You could, you've got all of those threads. Those are the main threads you need if you were doing some mending, or maybe you're putting together a first sewing kit for somebody. Those are the basic threads, and then you could put together you know, needles and scissors, or you just want some basic threads in a little tin. £16.99. I'm not sure why it says 1925. Oh, in 1925, construction of the Royal Tweed Bridge in Berwick-upon-Tweed. Who knew? Don't think that's why Gutermann were doing that, but that's a fun fact for 1925. Anyway, that's the 1925 tin. That's your basic colours. So going forward 2 years to 1927. Nothing happened in 1925. Well, it was, I guess, between the wars, wasn't it, 1925? Everybody was just like, oh, dear. So in the 1927 tin, that lady's mending her man's jacket. It is springtime, so we're pastel. So what a lovely set to have both. So you've got your basic colours in the 1925 tin that you will use. But then here you've got white, pale pink, darker pink, lilac, primrose, mint, more of a spearmint, and mauve. Isn't that lovely? I know, look at that man's coat. It's great, isn't it? What happened in 1927? Fun fact. The first transatlantic telephone call. Fun facts for 1927. But 1927 tin is all about the pastels. 1925 are your basic shades. £16.99. Right, so those are the threads. Oh gosh, we're almost running out of time. Now, we do have many other things in the quilting tool things. Oh, don't forget the pressing mat. Don't forget the pressing mat. It's there's only one of these left, one of my favourite things, and it looks like this when you get it. Nice and clean and lovely, won't be burnt. I think I might have done that. It's brilliant because it absorbs the heat, it absorbs the moisture from the steam, so it comes back underneath, so it presses from the top and the bottom. You will get a crisper press, particularly when you're pressing small seams open, or when you're doing like FPP and you've got lots of layers of fabric together. Absolutely perfect for that. So thank you for joining me for this hour. Have a look on the website, sewingstreet.com, click on watch live. There are a few more tools from there. I'll just finish this with Ben's final 1927 fun fact. Yeah. On the 5th of November. Well, there we go. Britain's first ever traffic lights were put in Wolverhampton. 1927. Wonder if they're still there. Anyway, thank you for joining for this hour. I'll be back with you in a few minutes' time with Amanda Little again. Another brand new quilt design. Do you want to have a quick look? Can we have a quick look? Woo. Pinwheel. The Pinwheel Quilt. Big pinwheels, little pinwheels. This is fantastic. We've got instructions on their own. We've got layer cakes in the kit, so you can buy the complete kit in a choice of colourways. But this is your layer cake friendly kit. If you haven't done pinwheels before, you're going to love this. I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
It's a new year, so that can only mean one thing.
It's time for those New Year resolutions.
And it's the perfect time to start a new hobby.
Jewellery Maker, Sewing Street and Hobby Maker are here whether you're starting something new or advancing your skills on a current hobby.
With all the tools you need to start, as well as expert demonstrations from our great guests.
Are you starting a new hobby this January? Share your new makes with us by tagging Jewellery Maker, Hobby Maker or Sewing Street using the hashtag New Year New Hobby.
And watch us every day from 8 AM to 1 PM on Jewellery Maker.
On Hobby Maker, 6 to 8 AM and 1 to 6 PM.
And 8 AM till 1 PM on Sewing Street.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try. There's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. Start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So we have got another brand new quilt for you. This is the Pinwheel layer cake quilt because you can make this using layer cakes. Does what it says on the tin. So welcome back, Amanda. So did you decide to design that based on wanting to use up layer cakes?
Yes, sorry, I don't think I've switched myself on.
One moment, slight technical issue.
Sorry.
Are we turned on now?
I think so.
Can you hear Amanda? Testing, testing.
Do apologise.
I think I am. I don't think I turned it off. So did you design this so that it would use layer cakes?
Yes,
That's the point.
Yeah. So that you would use 40, most layer cakes have got 42, but some just have 40. So it uses 40 layer cake pieces with literally dust.
Because we all buy them, don't we? Well, I do. I go, oh, that's nice. And then I get home and think, and now what am I going to do with it?
Yeah.
So this is brilliant.
So and all the hard work's done for you because you're just going to use, there's no deciding even, oh, shall I use that one or shall I leave that one out? You're going to use all of them. Yeah.
But the thing is with layer cakes, they all come from one fabric collection. So the colours go together, the prints go together. That's the point, isn't it? They don't put them together of things that don't go together.
No, so it's a good beginner project. You've not got to think about, sort of pulling different fabrics and if they'll go together or not.
Perfect.
And it's relatively straightforward to
piece.
So,
and we've got a few layer cakes in the next hour as well because we've got the pre-cuts. These are not layer cakes, but they are some of the pre-cuts that I'll be talking about next year. Not next year. Next hour even. We'll still be here next year, but these will be for next hour. So we've got various options for you. Now, we have got instructions on their own. Here they are for the Pinwheel Quilt, $9.99. You need one layer cake, funnily enough. And you need, I think, 2.5 metres of background fabric. Yeah. I mean, obviously you need binding and backing and wadding, but for the background, which is a plain really to make the layer cake, I mean, it doesn't have to be a plain, but it'll make your layer cake stay out better. But you need one layer cake and 2.5 metres of fabric. Right, now the finished quilt size...
Just on the inside cover, I can't... Is it
60 by 72. So you're talking single bed.
Yeah.
However, you could make more than one of these, couldn't you? If you bought 2 layer cakes...
Yeah.
Then you can make it bigger.
Yeah, or if you've just got yardage, if you'd bought a layer cake and you've got a couple of fat quarters from the same collection.
Because you could put some down the side.
Yeah.
And if you wanted it longer, you could put some across the bottom.
Yeah,
so
you could just keep going. Yeah.
Really easy to extend.
Yeah.
Perfect. So that's the instructions on their own. Now, if you want to make the quilt that's behind Amanda, can we have a quick look?
Shall I move that?
Amanda and the quilt. This is from, it's called One Fine Day. Is this what this is? One?
Yes, that's
this
One
is One Fine Day
yes,
by Bonnie and Camille for Moda.
It's a really popular, it's a mother and daughter that design, and all of their fabrics always sell out. They're really
it's pretty,
popular.
It's springy, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's green and blue and pink.
It's the ice cream, pastel-y.
Yes.
Yeah,
but
I
kind
do
of vintage as well, isn't it? But modern, maybe modern vintage.
I think so,
vintage?
Yeah. It's got that look of. There was a range years and years ago at IKEA. I think they bought it back. Rosalie.
I remember Rosalie.
Kath Kidston style.
Oh, I remember
It always reminds me of that kind of.
It does that one there. It's very Rosalie. Yeah, no, I remember that one. They did all sorts in it, didn't they?
Yeah.
Have they brought it back?
They did. I don't know if they've still got it now, but I know it was reinvented because it was so popular and missed, and they brought it back.
Okay. It kind of makes me think, when you see like American movies and they've got a bed.
Yeah.
And it's a nice iron bed and there's a quilt on it.
Yeah.
That's what that looks like to me.
Yeah.
Beautiful. I love a pinwheel as well. And I quite like your twist on it, that they're different size pinwheels.
Yes, it just gives it a bit more movement and scrappy as well, I suppose.
Yeah, it's really nice. So in this kit, so for $74.99, you are getting the whole layer cake, Moda. You get 2.5 meters of cream. Oh, keep forgetting about overheads. It was so long that we didn't have one. Forgot we've got one. And you get the quilt instructions for $74.99. So all of that, all in the one pack. Okay, we've also got it in. Now this is the one you're going to be demonstrating. So if you fancy a little bit of brightness and madness, this is the Free Spirit Anna Maria Horner. Amanda's going to be demonstrating with this, so I won't open it all. But you've got like super bright fabrics in here. It's bright and it's fun and it's zingy. Gorgeous, isn't it, that one? I won't get that one out because she'll be showing to you. So in this one, you get the Anna Maria Horner Free Spirit layer cake. You get 2.5 meters of white. That's the background. And then you get the instructions, obviously. Right. I will go back through these again for you. Now, if you fancy blue, I'm going to take this one apart so you can see it. This is Decorum. Now look at the colours in this one. We've got chocolate. We've got like geometric as well as braided patterns and circles. Then we've got denim blue. Oh, this is beautiful.
It's lovely,
look
isn't
at
it?
that one.
I've not seen that one before.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
But it's lovely because you've got a mixture of florals, geometrics, circles, and then you get the blue mixed with the ochre. This is really nice. Oh, it's got a bit of text in it as well. So if you love that, and this is the colour. I told you Etsy earlier said the colour this season is indigo and honeycomb.
All right.
I think that's what this is.
Yeah.
Navy and mustard to me and you. Indigo and honeycomb to Etsy. I'm like, isn't that navy and mustard?
I'd seen one, perhaps that was in dressmaking, something. Well, I can't remember. They give them sort of a strange name, don't they? But something magenta.
Oh, okay.
There's another one.
Oh, well, that was Etsy just said that was its colours. Maybe it was lying to me. Just wanted to sell all the navy and mustard because they're colours of 2023. So you've got these lovely denim chambrays. You've got, it's a bit Tim Holtz, that, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Is it grunge, that piece, perhaps?
Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah. But it's not overly feminine, is it? That would work and on, you know, sort of a shared bed.
Yes, it would, yeah. It's because it's got those shades. It's lovely, isn't it? And it's quite gentle and soft. Yeah. I like this one. I think this might be my favourite one. And then you finish off with some florals, but you've got the a bit of text in it as well. But it's not super floral, is it? Really lovely, yeah. But like you say, like a shared bed. Yeah. And then with that one, you get 2.5 meters of cream. Or is it? We discussed this earlier. Now I've forgotten whether it's cream. Yes, so you get 2.5 meters of cream, which actually goes really well with that. Right, then finally, if you prefer the little ditzy floral, right, so this is QT fabric. So this one, the price is a little bit lower on this one because it's not your Moda Free Spirit, it's not your designer fabric, but it's still beautiful quality fabric. Right, just want to do it so you can see it. Look at this, all little ditzy florals. So if you want your real effect of old homespun traditional quilts, but Liberty, isn't it? It isn't Liberty.
Absolutely, it does have that hint of a Liberty, yeah.
I know. And look at all the different colours. You've got pinks and purples and blues. This is going to be like your floral rainbow almost, isn't it? I like this one as well. You can make loads of these, and all you need is one layer cake. So look at these, all tiny, tiny ditzy florals in a whole range of prints and colours, but the scale of the prints are all the same, so it'll work really well. There we go, that's that one. And you get 2.5 meters of cream with this one as well. Oh, and obviously with all of them you get the instructions, otherwise you won't be able to do the quilt. So those are all the kits. We'll get on with the demo, and then I will come back and I'll go through them all again for you. If you've got any questions about it, do let me know and I can go back through them. So where do we start with them, Amanda?
Okay.
Is this suitable if you've not done it before?
It is. It's. I think it's foolproof.
I like that. It is foolproof.
The only thing perhaps you need to be careful of is that the big pinwheels will be cut on the bias. So you've got that teeny tiny bit of stretch. But if you, because you're going to be using the whole 10-inch piece of the layer cake, but we are going to trim the blocks up. So you can afford to starch it and not worry about, sort of a couple of mil of shrinkage, because the blocks will be oversized and we'll trim them down. So I think as long as you best press or starch before you start to cut.
Okay. Have we got any of that, Ben? Yeah. Or there's a June Taylor equivalent now.
Is there?
Yes.
I've missed that one then.
I saw it the other day, and I can't remember what it was called. But it's the same thing.
Right, okay.
It's not the same thing, but it's a similar...
It's a similar product,
Actually, we'll get Becky to show us, because she's got a bottle.
Yeah.
There we go.
Very nice.
We'll see if we've got any available.
Yeah.
But it's the same thing.
It's the same.
It's not starch. It's not like you used to use on your collars and your cuffs in laundries. But it does the same thing, but it doesn't have that residue.
It doesn't leave the white flaky,
And it washes out.
Yeah.
So it's just for prepping fabric, really.
But yeah, if you use something just to stabilise the fabric, and you should be good, sort of, and just handle the blocks minimally.
So we are out of stock. I'm just going to show you. We will be back in stock at some point, but that is it.
Okay.
There you go.
Have a go with that one.
Right, where should we start?
So we're
I'm
going
quite
to
excited by this one because I thought this is the one I want. I love this blue mustard.
It is lovely. Yeah, I was saying I'd not seen that one before. So we're going to make 2 different pinwheels in 2 different ways.
Okay.
We're going to make a big pinwheel, and we're also going to make some smaller pinwheels. Now, the reason that we're going to make them in 2 different ways is we can get one pinwheel from a 10-inch block, but if we use that method to make the smaller ones, we would come unstuck.
Right,
with a
so this
10-inch.
is called a very fabric efficient way.
It is, yes.
Good,
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
Well, because you want to make the most of it. I mean, there's a lot of fabric in a layer cake, but you don't want to be wasting any of it.
No, and sometimes I've got quite a few just odd pieces of layer cake. What do you do with them?
I don't know.
Whereas this will use, if it's a 40-piece layer cake.
Yeah, a lot of them are 42, so you may get 2 left over.
You might get 2, but sometimes you get a duplicate. But what you could do is just make another pinwheel or a couple of pinwheels and use that on your backing fabric as a label.
Nice,
it would look quite sweet, I think, if you wrote,
a little bag to put it in.
Yeah, something. So if we start off with the larger pinwheel first. So now I've already neatened mine off, but you don't need to chop down the layer cake. You can work with it whole, but I'm covered in dust. I have just took off the pinked edges. So what we're going to do, let me grab. Now you can draw at the start or at the end, it doesn't matter. Just be aware if you're using a friction pen, don't put the iron on it until you've done your cutting out, because your lines will disappear.
Can I just let you know that the One Fine Day kit is sold out. However, we do have the layer cake on its own. So if you want that one, we've sold out the kit, which has got the background fabric with it, but we have got the layer cake on its own, and obviously you can buy the instructions and then you just have to use your own background fabric. So we haven't got any more of the kit, but if you want to buy, this is the one that's in the fabric that's behind Amanda in the quilt she's made up. But we have got the layer cakes on their own for $47.99, and then you can buy the instructions for $9.99. So if you want that one, the whole kit with the background fabric sold out, but we do have the layer cakes separately. Right.
Okay.
So we've drawn 2 lines.
Diagonal lines, corner to corner on your background fabric, on the wrong side of the background fabric. Just got loads of bits of fluff. So we're going to pop a layer cake square and a background square, right sides together.
Okay.
Match up all your corners and your raw edges. I do like to pop a pin in each corner just to keep it still under the presser foot. Sometimes with such a big square it can start to shift a little bit, but just a corner in each square is enough to do the trick. I think what you could do if you're going to use some starch is give your layer cake square a spritz of starch whilst it's still damp.
I never thought
Slap
of that.
the background, and then it'll just
It sort of sticks enough.
just enough to sew it.
Oh, I like that idea.
But then you obviously you would have to press it to get it to stick, so you would lose your lines. But the lines don't necessarily matter. You'll see as we carry on.
No, but it would sort of adhere through wetness.
Just
that's a good idea. And this, I'm just reading your instructions by doing. It's not that much cutting out. I like this.
It's really straightforward.
Cutting out, friendly.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is good.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got the layer cake and background square right sides together, pinned in each corner. We're going to set the machine up for a 1/4 inch seam allowance, and we're going to sew all the way around the perimeter.
Right.
Now, because I've already drawn the diagonal lines on, that gives me some, sort of a mark to aim for.
Oh, that's quite handy
pivot.
actually, because you never know where to sort of stop it exactly. And then you turn it round and you go.
And you just skew it,
it's wrong.
Yeah. But it doesn't matter. Because we're going to splice it, you could, if you wanted to do it chain piecing style, you could get all 20. Oh, beg your pardon, I didn't say. Split your layer cake into 2 halves. 20 are going to be large pinwheels.
Okay, so you need to make a decision.
Yeah, just decide. Yeah. So perhaps your, sort of.
Oh, my favourite one is sold out as well.
Oh no.
But don't worry, we have the charm packs, and do you know what the joy of this is? Just saying, is if you want a bigger one, is that you can buy 2 of the charm packs. So the charm packs for the layer cakes are £47.99 on their own, and then you can buy the instructions. So the kit on its own, which has the background fabric, is sold out. But you can buy the layer cakes, then you could buy the instructions. So if you wanted a bigger one, we do have some stock of the layer cakes left. So when you split them, do you need to decide what do I want as big and what do I want as small? Do you even the colours out?
I just picked out the larger designs I wanted to keep as just because you saw more of it.
Right.
Obviously the smaller ones are going to get chopped up, and you perhaps wouldn't see as much of the design.
Right.
So the smaller ditzy, not as sort of striking,
and actually,
I suppose.
to be honest, a lot of these are like that. You've got big prints and small ones, except for this one.
And that wouldn't matter at all.
But then you could split them by colour, couldn't you, if you wanted.
Yeah.
All the big ones were, I don't know.
Yeah.
So split them in half.
Just split them in half, however you see fit. I just went for big and bold, small and ditzy.
Okay. Or whatever you fancy.
Yeah. So we can either all in one go stitch around the perimeter, pivoting at each corner, or if you've stacked them all up and you've got 20 ready to go, you can chain piece and just stitch one edge. If you find pivoting difficult, or that if it slows you down, because we're going to chop it up, it doesn't matter. You could just sew all the way down one edge,
not pivot.
and then just
up to you.
entirely up to you.
Show us a pivot.
A pivot.
I'm thinking on people who have not done this before, because I think we often assume, don't you? I do. Oh, we'll pivot, and you think, well, let's do a pivot.
Yeah. Do you ever watch Friends?
Yes.
Pivot.
Yes.
I'm trying to. Right. And you should have, perhaps not so much on this foot, but if you've got a specific 1/4 inch foot, a lot of times they've got, sort of the 1/4 inch, just a mark, so you know roughly where you're aiming
I know what you
for.
mean.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, I'm just going to pop that back up. That was on 1.8 again, so I'll just pop it.
That's the default.
So just slow down as you come to that marked line.
Right.
Leave your needle down. Pivot.
So pivot is just leave your needle down.
Leave your needle down. I'm just going to take one more stitch. There we go. Actually, what I will do I'm just going to reduce it back down to 1/8 to get a small stitch. There we go. But say, don't worry so much if you find the pivot tricky. You can just sew off the edge.
Yeah.
It really doesn't matter.
This would look nice in flannels, wouldn't it?
It would, yeah, although it would be a bit of a pig. Flannel's really stretchy, isn't it?
Yeah, true, true. Yeah,
but
it
yeah,
is.
no, it
but
would.
It would look lovely.
It would look lovely.
Well,
yeah.
I was thinking about like old.
Or you plaid. What did you say? Checks
Checks are all in. Yeah, Ben told me that, so it must be true. Yeah, checks are all in, as is indigo and honeycomb.
Yes.
So all we need are indigo and honeycomb
checks. Good to go.
I know. It must be true. Said it on Etsy.
Right, so we've sewn all around the perimeter. Don't be overly concerned if it goes a little bit wavy. As I say, the block is going to be oversized. There is room for correcting mistakes. Yeah. So at this point, I'm going to splice through those drawn lines.
Okay.
I wouldn't press to set the seams yet because obviously I'll lose the lines.
You'll lose the lines, which would be annoying, and that's exactly what I would do. Go, oh, yeah. I've lost the lines. Before, yeah. But you can draw them back in. But yes, I would definitely press that and lose the lines.
So, yeah, just all the way through. And then if you've got one of these super duper
I love a rotating
cutting mats.
That.
Okay, so this now leaves you with 4 ready done.
That's so clever,
half square
isn't
triangles, yeah. So I'll just bring, am I all right to put that on top of there?
Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
So if you place your dark sides...
Probably shouldn't do it for too long, I think.
Yeah. Or shall I'll push it, there we go.
Yeah, just in case, I'll probably get told off otherwise.
So they won't ask me back if I...
So I've already stained the brand new board on Monday. So and they let me come back.
Right. So I'm just dark side up. We're going to press to the dark side. So put the whichever side you want to press to. Put that facing up. I'm going to press just to set the stitches into the fabric, and then just lift. I say, as long as you just press, you know, don't iron, press.
Yeah.
And just hold.
Because of the bias.
Just because of the bias. That's only on these bigger blocks. The others, you know, you can be a little bit rougher with the others, but.
Oh, have you? That's what it looks like in the flannel. That's a pig in a flannel.
Or was it pig in blankets?
Because you said it was a bit of a pig.
Oh. You've got pigs in blankets.
So he's looking for a pig in a quilt because you said it's a bit of a pig.
Bit of a pig.
Oh, I think Ben's lost it. It's Sunday afternoon, isn't it? Sunday afternoon, almost. That's what happens in the gallery. They get to this point and they've sort of lost sense, really. Pigs in flannels.
Right.
So press it nice and gently.
Press it nice and gently, and then we can square them up. Can I just grab a square ruler?
Oh, you can. We have them in various sizes, shapes.
Okey-doke. So you can do it with a rectangular one, but I think it's easier to...
I haven't got a big square one.
Have you not? Oh,
I
love this one. I use this, and mine is actually 6.5.
Oh no, I've got an 8.5.
Which I'll say, oh yeah.
I love my 8.5.
If I ever get another one, I'll get an 8.5. It's
and I have the small 6.5.
Right.
Which is very good for squaring up half square triangles.
Yes, it is, yeah.
Because it's just you can move it quickly.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fine to use that one, but
Yeah.
for little half square triangles, you can twiddle
Yeah,
it
it's
quickly.
smaller, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not so...
But I need one of them.
Yeah. So what we're going to do now is get the 45-degree line through the centre of your... Can I pull it towards me a bit? Sorry, is that still all right for the camera?
Is that all right?
I'm just...
Amanda's arms are not long enough to
vertically
reach
challenged,
the other
is that
side of the table.
So we're just going to take off those dog ears and just as little as we can get away with off the edges. I could have left that still, couldn't I? And then twirl it round.
Yeah, you could have rotated that.
And then we
Yeah,
just
so there's enough extra for
there's enough extra
error.
Yeah,
I like a bit of extra.
Just
I hate it when they're really tight and you think, oh,
yeah,
not quite sewn that right.
Especially if you've been a bit generous with the starch or whatever at the beginning.
Yes.
And it's already shrunk before.
True.
I did that once. One of the very first quilts that I did was half square triangles, and it was using a layer cake and a jelly roll combined. I think it was from one of the Lintop books. And I thought I was being really good, really clever. You know, sort of sat there starting the fabric pieces were stiff, they were like cardboard. And then when I got them, you know, ready to cut out, what was 10 inches had already shrunk to about 9.5.
Because of the starch?
Because of the starch,
oh, okay.
yeah. So I just had to fudge the quilt.
So
it's just,
what you're saying is if you put too much on, it
can shrink,
Oh,
yeah.
I didn't know that.
Well, it did for me, but you know, I really was
But I guess what you should do,
heavy-handed with it.
I mean, normally you do it before you cut, but I guess you
Yeah.
think about it. Yes,
On
you don't
yardage, I don't think it matters.
They
but
do,
if you've pre-cuts that you
come
need
with
to
nice
keep,
sprays though.
yeah.
So just a spritz maybe.
Yeah. Have you seen the little jackets as well that people make for them?
No.
Quilted jackets.
Why?
You jazz up your bottle.
Oh. I'm thinking, why? Does it work better? Does it spray better then?
It just looks pretty on your shelf or in your trolley.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can. People make like a little tuxedo.
No.
To put on them.
Okay. Why not?
Mm-hmm.
I have all sorts of weird stuff that I make, so why not? That's so funny. So it's worth taking the time to get all
yeah,
of
I am
these.
slow. Sorry, I'm. Some things I'm happy to whiz through. Other things I can be a bit of a.
But it makes a difference. I was doing. Well, I was making my block of the month quilt. I don't know what's happened to all my blocks, but they seem to have changed shape since I've made them. So I had to re-block them.
Yeah.
And it took ages. I spent 3 hours doing it, but just because I wanted them to be perfect. But it was worth it because when I then put the whole quilt together, it was easy peasy.
Yeah.
It just flew through because I spent the time to get them absolutely spot on. So I think, and then I quilted it and realised that my walking foot had slightly slipped, which I didn't realise can happen when you move your machine from one place to another.
I suppose it depends how they attach. I mean,
mine attaches, just clips into the back.
So mine.
It's like it's one of these Elmer's. And so when I came to requilt it, it was tight.
It was
tight
just
quilt.
off. Yeah.
So I've had to unpick really tight quilting because it's all shifted.
Yeah.
However, it was a shame really because so that is not what I spent the time on. I spent the time on the blocking and then just whizzed through the quilting.
Yeah.
I wished I hadn't.
Yeah. But you could wash it and have the antique.
I could, yeah. It's just I hadn't realised that if also because it's quite a big quilt, taking it in and out from under the quilt can disturb the walking foot.
Yeah.
And if it jumps out slightly, it doesn't work. Funnily enough. Anyway, learned that yesterday.
Yeah.
A lot of swearing in my house yesterday afternoon.
No, I don't think they are completely.
Well, it's fine when it's in. It was only because I've got a big quilt and I'd also moved my machine. It's it didn't jump out of its own accord.
Have we got a bin anywhere? Or?
Yeah, just there.
Oh, yeah. Lovely. Okay. So we now want to.
Now Sue says, I find they shrink with wet starch too in one direction. I now use a I now use a hairdresser's misting spray bottle and leave it to settle for 30 seconds and then press.
Ooh.
That's a good idea. And Julie says, are any tips on getting the middle of your pinwheel to lie flat, please, Amanda? Well, that is what she's about to do.
We're going to twist it.
Yes, so any tips, please,
Okay.
from Julie. Good idea, Sue, on this. I think you need that fine spray, don't you, for the
Yeah,
starch?
rather than a big...
Yeah, so maybe putting it in a plant mist, good idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we've laid it out in the correct, sort of pattern.
Yeah.
All of the seams are pressed to the dark side, so in theory they should all nest without causing us too much problem. So we'll just turn one on top of the other, and then we'll just slide it together till they lock.
So that's why it's worth pressing your seams over to one side.
And then just pop a pin in. I'm not going to bother with a pin at the top, I can just hold that straight, but that'll go underneath the sewing machine. Let's do this one at the same time. So again, just slide them across each other to lock, match up the corners. And sew that.
So I guess what you can do for this whole quilt, you can really chain piece, can't you?
You could, yeah.
Do all of that. So
I think I probably would just do it in batches, get all the
do one first.
Perimeter sewn, then splice them up, sort of an...
I guess also, I'm thinking if you wanted to make it bigger, is you could put in some plain fabrics from your stash just to put an extra row down the side.
Yeah.
And mix, and if you mix them within, then you wouldn't notice that they were plains.
Yeah, you could use all 40 of your layer cake for big pinwheels and use stash fabric.
Oh, true.
And even if you use the same stash fabric, that would sort of bring it back.
Yes, because then you could make it, if you wanted it to be, on a Super King bed or something, you could just add a few extras.
We'll see what this looks like when it comes from under the foot, because that's one thing I'm terrible at. I don't know if it's just age and hormones, but if I talk, I'm likely to just shove it under.
I won't speak to you. No speaking to me.
I'm doing a lot of unpicking just recently. It's awful, that's so frustrating.
No, I don't like people talking to me when I sew.
Normally I'm okay, but I really am.
Really, no, I'm happy to press and pin.
Yeah.
But I don't sew when I talk. No chance. Okay, so now this is where, how do we get the middle to lie flat, Amanda?
So we're going to press, I'll bring the iron back over. We are going to press to the dark side, so always to the dark side. And then you should be okay with your seams.
Okay, and there's obviously one.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what we're going to do now, where are we? That's it. We're going to place one on top of the other. They should naturally intersect.
So that's the thing that you need to do is press to the dark side at that point, and then nest.
Yeah, nest the seams
and then
together.
Then you've only got two layers.
So
4, I guess.
I've nested the seams, and I always put the pin just before the seam intersection.
Okay.
There's no point to me sort of putting it after, because you've already sewn over it. Yeah. I'll put a pin just at the end just to keep that. And then, because if you've got your accurate 1/4 inch seam, when it goes back underneath the presser foot, and you can't see that one there, but that would go, it should, you stitch line.
Yeah, we'll go through the exact point.
If anything, you want it to be just one sort of thread over,
because you don't want
so
to
that
be
you
overlapping
don't
that
lose your
central
point. Yeah. Yeah.
Now, when you sew, if that's not making sense, when Amanda's done it and shows up, you'll see what I mean.
And I'm going to put it under the presser foot with that seam going in that direction. Excuse me.
With the bottom seam.
With the bottom seam,
the right way, yeah.
So that doesn't hopefully give me any grief.
Okay. Tracy says, is the pattern available on its own? I can't find it. Ben, why can't we find the pattern on its own? There it is on the screen. See, PWLQ85 is the code at the top. If you go onto sewingstreet.com, if you can't find it there, just put that code in and you'll find it. There it is on the website. So if you go onto sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, there it is. It'll be right next to me or Amanda, depending who's on the screen at the point you go on there. I know, it's complicated, isn't it? Sometimes you can't find things. You put it in anything, I don't know where it is. It's probably, because you're looking on the website, not onto the Watch Live. You need to go onto the Watch Live because it's listed there. One more question. Morning, lovely ladies. Morning, Collector Motorcycle. Fab demo. What is the lovely pink fabric Amanda is using, please? Well,
It's the Anna Maria Horner.
Amanda is using the Anna Maria Horner, one of the fabrics from this collection. Now, this kit that's just one of them from this collection. Obviously, you will get that one, including many other beautiful, lovely fabrics. You get one layer cake. You get 2.5 meters of white. That's for the background, and you get the instructions in the pack as well.
It's nice. It's very similar to Cafe.
It is very
softer
cafey.
somehow.
Should we have a look?
Yeah, it's sort of like
okay,
softer.
when you're doing your next sewing bit, 'cause I'm promising not to talk to you when you sew. I'll
so
show you the layer cake.
I've pressed the seams together, or pressed to set the seams. So open the block up now, and again we want to be pressing towards the dark side. So this side, and I tend to do this with my fingers first. Press in that direction, press in that direction, and we're going to now just open up. I'm just going to put my glasses on.
I have mine on all the time. Can't see a thing.
I've got 2 prescriptions.
I don't. I just buy mine cheap ones online. $7.99.
Well, I can't. I am going to get them tested, but I've struggled in the past with varifocals, trying to get a prescription that works.
Oh. No, I'm fine looking long distance. I don't have a problem with that. It's a short distance, so I buy really cheap ones. Because I lose them on a regular basis.
Do you?
And then I find them again.
Yeah.
So I've got quite a lot
frustrating.
now. It's quite annoying, really.
Let me. So you just
so
want to
you're
split.
basically pressing this open.
I'm pressing it open. We're just gonna, if I press it properly, we should get a little pinwheel appear on the back.
And that will...
you'll just want your unpicker probably just to flick.
Oh, okay, I'm just having a look.
Just need to slightly unpick some of those stitches.
Oh, is that from the first layer?
From the first layer.
Okay.
I can't see what I'm doing.
Oh, right, I'm going to go through this.
Press it with the iron and see if that... I can't do it with my fingers.
Okay. So are you pressing it open or to one side?
I'm pressing it to one side. I'm pressing it to the dark side.
Right, okay.
You could press it open, but then I always find that then when you start to put the quilt together, it just slows you down because, it's harder to match up an open pressed seam than...
yes. And this is why you have to undo a few of those stitches because they're going in opposite directions. Right, I've got it.
Yeah. Let's bring one of these over because I've already done that, I think.
That's the one I did earlier.
There we go.
Ah.
So you get a mini pinwheel on the back.
Right, so you will have to undo a couple of stitches.
You'll have to undo a couple of stitches, yeah.
Okay, and then that will allow you, because I've never done that. What I've done is press them open but I don't get that nice, so that's why I don't get mine as flat.
Yeah.
So
if always press to the dark,
and you get
and
a
then
baby
just
one. Can we look
teeny
on that?
tiny.
Look, Charlie.
And the same on
Look, Charlie, look. Faster. Look, there's a baby one there. Yeah, see, I've never done that. So the time to just undo a few stitches.
So that would have been
not from that seam, but the previous
from
seam.
the previous seam. Just undo stitches. You know, sort of when you join 2 pinwheels together, just literally a couple of stitches, and then just press one to the dark side, the other to the dark side.
That is magic.
And open it up, and that lays nice and flat.
Well, if that doesn't answer that question.
But for some reason I can't do this one today. So we'll just press that flat, but hopefully you should get, I'll say at least from the front, it looks nice and neat. And again, just handle them carefully because
that's lovely.
they are a bit more prone to stretching than the next ones. So what we need to do now is make 20 of the large ones, and we're going to make 40 of the small ones, but we make 2 at a time, so nice and quick and easy.
So now we're getting to see the whole layer cake.
Yeah.
It's beautiful, isn't it? It is a bit cake, isn't it?
It is, just gentler, not, I don't want to say harsh, but do you know what it, not as,
as bold.
Yeah. Pretty, like, yes, pretty.
A pretty bit, yeah, it is really nice.
So, again, a layer cake square and a background square.
But you trim.
I've just trimmed them down. Yeah, the instructions are in
the instructions tell you the
measurements. Yeah,
you'll have to wait till you get yours. I'm telling you.
And then, should be able to do. So this one, we're going to, as we did before, we're going to start off again with diagonal lines, opposite corners. This time we're going to, same process, right sides together, pop a pin in the corner, but this time we're going to sew 1/4 inch on either side of those drawn lines, as you would, I suppose, if you were doing sort of fast half square triangles. With just one diagonal line.
You see, I always draw those lines in because I can't work out how to sew 1/4 inch either side of a line that's not on the edge of a piece of fabric. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
How do you do that?
I would always, if it's within the block, I always draw the line on. You can get some sort of sticky perspex.
Yes, but all the instructions always go sew 1/4 inch either side of the line.
Yeah.
Well, how do you know? Yeah. I mean, to be honest,
yeah.
I either draw it or I guess. It doesn't matter too much.
I suppose if you've got, I mean, this is set up as 1/4 inch.
Oh, okay.
So I just keep the right hand side of the presser foot against it, and the same with my 1/4 inch at home.
See. I just sort of go, it's about that. If they have to be accurate, I have to draw the lines.
Yeah. I mean, you could sort of draw a line just to get you started, and then when you've sussed out, don't put your fingers under the machine when it's sewing. When you've sussed out where it is.
Sorry, I was told don't talk while Amanda's sewing. Right, let me just show you the.
Actually, I just need to.
I'm going to
daub that. Have you got a tissue?
Have we got a plaster? Amanda's sewn through her fingers.
Yes. Oh dear.
Okay, we'll get you sorted, and I'm going to go through that. Does it hurt?
No, it's all right actually.
Okay, that's all right then. Don't faint. Don't faint just yet. We've only got another 10 minutes, and Becky will sort you out. You sure it doesn't hurt?
No, honestly, it's fine. It's just a mess.
I'm not laughing.
I'll do it one hand.
Okay, right. I'm going to go through, and then we'll assess. Becky's sorting Amanda out. She's plaster's coming. So this is the layer cake that Amanda is working on. I wanted to show you the whole thing. So the colours are very bright and vibrant, but a bit prettier. Pretty. So look at this. Some of them you get 2 of each. Well, that's the one that Amanda's just doing now, actually. Look at this. So you've got purples and pinks. Really unusual. Look at that one. Really geometric. Love this. This looks a bit like folk art. But the colours are lovely, aren't they? Beautiful pinks and greens, and I love this one. And what's the brilliant thing is, you know, this is all going to go together because it's all from one fabric collection, so the colours and the prints. This is a larger scale of that yellow one that we had earlier. Whoa, look at the colour of that, like turquoise. That's again that starflower print, but it's lovely. The colours are quite clear. They're bright, but they're clear colours. You've got this lovely clear turquoise. Oh, that's gorgeous. And this one is like, it's got tiny half cross stitches. It's like a tapestry. It's with a nod to your sewing. So you've got blues, beautiful geometric prints. So this is a really stunning, this quilt will look bright and cheerful. It's a bit folk arty, it's a bit florally, so it's not like, I wouldn't say it was modern, but it's just got beautiful vibrant colours. So if you want a real designer splash of colour to your quilt, this is the one to choose. I love this aubergine colourway. There we go. So that's the one that Amanda's dealing with. How's your finger, Amanda?
It's good.
We're back
I've not
together.
got any blood on the
That's
fabric.
handy. I normally do. I can't believe you sewed it over your finger. Well, I think it just caught it, didn't it?
I think I'd got my finger there just as the needle came down.
Because you were showing... that was my fault for asking you about how do you do a 1/4 of an inch seam when you don't draw the line. Julie came back and said, fantastic, I knew you'd have a method, Amanda. That was who Julie asked about how do you get the middle. I know, it was brilliant, Julie, wasn't it? I'm following that one.
Right, so we've sewn either side of those drawn diagonal lines, and what we're going to do now, this again is where a rotating mat is really handy to have. I'm going to where are we? Splice through the centre vertically and horizontally, and then through those drawn lines.
So yeah, you don't want to be moving the...
No, if you can, you want to
So you either buy a rotating cutting mat or you walk round the table.
That's
it's
what
you or the mat.
Get the steps in.
Oh, Christine said, I thought it was Tula Pink Alice in Wonderland fabric. It's stunning. It is, Christine, you're absolutely right. I love Anna Maria Horner. Her fabric is always like this. It's really quirky.
Yeah, there's always...
Yeah, now, if you love the fabric, we do have that charm pack lace layer cake on its own, $49.99. Her fabric is just, she's a fantastic artist, but you can always tell Anna Maria Horner, can't you?
It has got a different, even though they're all similar, it's got a different look, hasn't it?
It is stunning.
The other Free Spirit designers.
Sue says, I hope you're okay, happens to open at some point, don't forget the accident book.
That's the rotary cutter finger as well. that must just be the pointy finger.
You're going to have no fingers left, so she cut it with a rotary cutter. Not today, can I say? Another day. With her... with the pinking one. Not here, though.
No. Right, so that's what you're left with once you've
okay,
chopped
so
it
now
up.
we've done it in 8.
Yeah, so we just press to set the seams. And then,
this is the genius bit.
Yeah, I've got these the wrong way up, but pop the dark on top.
Side?
Yeah. Let's do them with our fingers first and then. How are we on time? But this is really neat in that you get both pinwheels, you know, sort of just in the one.
Oh, this is nice, Best Press.
So
this is nice and super stiff.
Yeah,
I like
it
this.
is, yeah.
It is so pretty, isn't it? I love that one.
I really like...
yeah, and I love the
It's
jade version of that colour.
Yeah, yeah. It's perhaps not one that I would have... I suppose when you only see the top layer of the layer cake.
Yeah, see what? Yeah, because you see that and you think, well, then they should put that one on top.
Yeah.
I'd put that one because look, that's the best one.
Yeah, it is lovely, isn't it? Okay, so same routine now as we did before.
Yes.
We'll square them up and then just lay them out into...
Oh, okay, and actually you're sewing it together, so you do that same centre
exactly
trick
the same,
thingy.
yeah. It was just the initial sewing sequence that was different, and that's just because if we'd have sewn as we did in the first one, we wouldn't be able to get 2 pinwheels from one layer cake piece.
Yes.
So those together.
But the construction of it is the same.
Yeah.
Fab.
So all it is then.
And you get 2 from one layer cake, don't you?
You get 2, yeah, 2 small
blocks.
pinwheels,
Oh, cool.
yeah. So we're just going to now sew those pinwheels together, and because again you've gone to the dark side, they're going to nest.
And you've put pairs of the same colour together.
I've put pairs. You could go scrappy if you wanted to.
Well, the instructions are great because you've put a little chart, a picture in.
So yeah,
you
can just swap out, you know, if you wanted.
Yeah, so I'll show you that one because there's no measurements on that one. So what Amanda's done, can we have a look at this one, Charlie? Sorry, Charlie was just shutting the door. So what you could do with when you get yours, you could always number them, couldn't you? Lay them out and you could number them on here like 1, 2, 3, which however you wanted to do it.
Yeah.
I love watching Amanda, and I've ordered the little floral kit. I'm just cutting out the Wonky Stars quilt at the moment. Really good, clear instructions. Sandra from West Sussex.
Lovely, thank you.
There you go.
Lovely.
I know, it's because she knows everything. Everything.
So we'll just sew the pinwheels together into pairs. But say you could go scrappy if you wanted to.
Right, the little floral one is sold out.
And then...
But we have the layer cake on its own should you want it. $42.99 for the floral cash.
It's just a case then of alternating them. So we're going to sew them into columns.
Okay. Oh, right.
And then just join the columns.
So it's sort of alternate, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Yeah.
Isn't it funny, because when I look at the quilt, it doesn't look at all planned, you know. It looks really random.
Yeah, but no, there is...
and that's nice though, isn't it? But it's...
Yeah. So yeah, you just start, big block, small, big, small, and just alternate them then down.
Yeah, fantastic, love it. Oh, you're going to have to finish this one now, though, aren't you?
It is nice, yeah, I think I might.
I think you need
I've
to.
got a load of...
Yeah, how many of those have you got though? Oh, I'm going to finish that one.
Yeah. But yeah, no, that's the plan for this year. That was, you know, not a resolution as such, but finish stuff, don't buy anything new. But then when I keep getting sent
I know,
stuff,
what can you do?
Yeah.
I say that all the time. Finish.
Yeah.
And then I go, oh, but I'll just.
Yeah, and if you don't get it when you see it, you've lost it, haven't you? Because
and that happens
they only
to me.
do a 1 print run.
Well, this
usually
happens to me all the time, and I go, right, that's what I'm going to have, and then I come off air and it's gone.
Yeah.
So no, I'm actually investing in my retirement. I've decided that the more stuff I buy now, the more stuff I've got to do, and I can't afford it.
And you'll be so warm under all that
Yeah,
fabric.
I will. So I'm just investing in my retirement. Yeah. That's my theory. Anyway, thank you, Amanda. I'm just going to go back through these. So if you want the instructions on their own, $9.99. Remember, you need 1 layer cake and 2.5 meters of fabric, but it's very, very simple to make it bigger or smaller. And in fact, Christine said, I'm thinking this design would make an amazing baby quilt. I've never made one with half square triangles. You're right. This would make a lovely. So once you've got the design, you could then make this into any size. Perfect. Yeah. So $9.99 for those. Now, which kits, do we have any of the kits left? The only kit that we have got left is the Anna Maria Horner one. And it's very, very limited. $74.99. Yeah, we are on single figures of this. So you get the whole layer cake, I've shown you most of it now, and you get 2.5 meters of white fabric, and you obviously get the instructions as well. All of the layer cakes we do have available individually as well. So if maybe you want to make a bigger one, you could buy 2 layer cakes, 1 set of instructions. This one, actually, the layer cakes on their own, decorum, the blue and indigo and honeycomb, the navy and mustard one, indigo and honeycomb. This is the most popular, $47.99, and obviously you can buy the instructions separately, and then you just have to provide your own background fabric. You need 2.5 metres. Yeah, it's 2.5 metres, or you can just go and buy some on the website. 2.5 metres of plain fabric is what you need. Actually, this one would look quite nice. You could put navy on the back of that, couldn't you? Possibly.
Yeah.
Right, and then that's the most popular. Have a look on the website. Go on to sewingstreet.com. Click on Watch Live. You will see them all there. We have got 2 backing bundles, so they're not in stock. Oh, but they've sold out. We did have them. What's going on? We did have them, but they've sold out now. So, Amanda, thank you so much for today.
Okay,
I
welcome.
love this. It's gorgeous.
Thank you.
So when are you back?
I think the 12th of Feb, if that's a Sunday.
It is, and I know that because it's my birthday the next day, which happens to be on a Monday.
Yeah. Oh,
you kind of know that, don't you? Yeah. So I won't be in that day, but I will be on my birthday.
Yeah.
Well, how lucky me, I got to see you today.
Yeah.
Just by accident.
Yeah, it's strange, isn't it, when I spoke yesterday?
I know. I'd messaged Amanda
it's
yesterday, weird about doing a quilt for me, because I really, really couldn't face it. So I messaged Amanda, could you quilt this for me? And then I saw you today.
Yeah.
Needn't have posted it.
Yeah. No, I could have just...
But never mind.
Oh, never mind. Yeah.
Fix hopefully will be better tomorrow and we'll be back. So we're going to go for a quick break, and then I'll be back in a couple of minutes. We've got loads of pre-cuts for you. So if you've bought the instructions and you're thinking, oh, I'd like them, we've got more layer cakes. I've got jelly rolls, I've got fat quarter bundles, and a few deals on them as well. So I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire, and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance, and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making, oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know, and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there, and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street, and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
It's a new year, so that can only mean one thing.
It's time for those New Year resolutions.
And it's the perfect time to start a new hobby.
Jewellery Maker, Sewing Street and Hobby Maker are here whether you're starting something new or advancing your skills on a current hobby.
With all the tools you need to start, as well as expert demonstrations from our great guests.
Are you starting a new hobby this January? Share your new makes with us by tagging Jewellery Maker, Hobby Maker or Sewing Street using the hashtag #NewYearNewHobby.
And watch us every day from 8 AM to 1 PM on Jewellery Maker.
On Hobby Maker, 6 to 8 AM and 1 to 6 PM.
And 8 AM till 1 PM on Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Look, I've got a little a pre-cut shop, all of them. So I said to Ben, what order should I do them? And he said I could do them whatever order I want. So that's good. So I'm just going to start with my favourites. So we've got pre-cut fabrics are brilliant because you can use patterns like the one Amanda just did. They're really good for getting a little bit of a whole fabric collection, because often we might buy 1 or 2 and then we go, now I've got to try and match them up, and sometimes the colours are quite specific. But with a pre-cut bundle you get a bit of everything and of all of the collection, so the colours go together, not just the colours but the tonal shades. So if you got a pre-cut that was blue, you need to get the right tonals. So this is the great thing. So I'm going to start off with, because if you were with me in the last hour, that beautiful quilt that Amanda was demonstrating with was using an Anna Maria Horner layer cake. Well, look, I've got the Anna Maria Horner design roll here. Look at this. So a design roll, if you've never seen one before, it is 2.5 strips. So the strips are 2.5 inches in width, but they are cut across the full width of the fabric. So I'll lift one up for you. So what they do is they get the full width of the fabric, which is 44 inches. And then they cut, there we go, look like that. Like that. Then they cut 2.5 inch strips across that. What they do is they tend to cut, they'll cut one of each fabric in the range, but it tends to be 40 or 42 strips, depending on the make. This is Free Spirit, so this is 40 pieces. So in here, you get 40 2.5 inch strips, so you will get 1 or 2 fabrics from the whole fabric collection. Now, $49.99 is this, which is a great price because you're getting a lot of fabric here. But we did promise a saving, and Ben is honouring my promise. £39.99. Whoa! £10 off. Ben is not called the Deal Fairy for nothing, is he? £10 off. That's amazing. So there are lots and lots of different quilt designs. You can buy books, you can buy patterns that purely use these design rolls. You can sew them all together in strips just to make a very simple strip quilt, or brilliant for making bags. Sew them into strips, cut the front and the back of the bag. Join them all end to end. They make beautiful bindings. I've made lots of different bags because make a bigger piece of fabric using them, or use them with plain fabric, and then they go even further. So you'll see lots of designs. You can do log cabin with these because 2.5 inches once sewn becomes 2 inches. So if you intersperse these with the plain fabric, if you use like a cream fabric, you could get quite a big log cabin quilt from these. But look at the prints. Absolutely beautiful. They're bright and clear and bold, but they have a really unique style. They're a little bit folk art. The colours are gorgeous. I love this one. So if you saw, if you were watching with Amanda and I in the last hour, she was using this to demonstrate her quilt with. I mean, it's beautiful. £10 off. Now, that is a Ben Deal Fairy deal till midnight. When it's got, but when they're gone, they're gone. That's amazing, isn't it? Beautiful. So if you want the Anna Maria Horner design roll, $39.99 instead of $49.99. That is outrageous. Right, should we do another design roll? I'm going to go cave. Well, I'm going to go for this one, PAUIT28, just because. So now we know what a design roll is. I'm just going to move. I need a bit of desk space. Right, look at this one. So this is Kaffe Classics Dark. And they're lovely when you unroll them and you see what you've got in them. So this was $44.99. I'm just going to flick through it for you. But the Deal Fairy says £40.49. Just amazing. Look at the colours in this. They are blues and purples with shots of green. Absolutely gorgeous. If you're using these and you want to put them into, you're going to sew them together to create one fabric, or you're making a quilt, take them all out, lay them side by side. You will find you get more than one print of each fabric, and then decide when you're going to put them. There's what, Ben? Right, there are 6 left, but 9 in baskets. So if you all check out, 3 of you are going to miss out. At that price, that is a fantastic price, isn't it? I love those. Right. Do check out on that. 6 left, 9 in baskets. 5 left now. Still 8 in baskets. Shall we do one more Kaffe? Let's have this one. This one is KAVI64. This is warm. I thought it was. It looked like different colour. So, same thing, but warm colours. Are you going to have to match the price on this one, Deal Fairy? So, we've got burgundy, oranges, purples. This is kind of like, look at the pansy on this. This is hot, hot, hot summer pink. Can you imagine this as a log cabin? What I would do is I would take a plain for one side and the print for the other side, and just go through them all and choose whichever colour you like the best for your plain. Beautiful. But honestly, they make the most beautiful bags. I made a lovely beach bag with one of these design rolls and just joined them all together, laid them all out, so I had like a colour ombre from dark to light. £40.49. Hi Bex, does Anna Maria Horner pronounce her name Anna? As I'm confused. Yes, she does. Yes, she does. And I'd like to say I know that because I have met her. When did I tell you? When Ian and I, the buyer, we went to Houston to the International Quilt Festival, and we met her because Ian is a massive fan of Anna Maria Horner, and I actually asked her that question. It's Anna Maria Horner. Yes, and we asked her because he used to say Anna, and I went, is she really that? And she said, yes, that is how her name is pronounced, is Anna. So there you go. I've got a lovely photo of Ian and Anna on the sofa at Houston. And she's so talented, and she's got a mad lifestyle. I think she's got 5 children. And then she does all of this as well. Amazing. Anyway, this is beautiful Cafe, warm, £40.49. Reduced from £44.99. 10% saving, amazing. So that's the warm one. Now I've got a lot to get through, so if you, because I don't want to miss out any, so do go on the website sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live and scroll down for there if you want, or just message if you want to show any more. But I am sort of rushing a bit, so we go through them all. Let's go fat quarter bundle, just to change things. God, I've got so much fluff on my desk. I love this. Now, the reason I love this is because I used this fabric collection to create a thread spool quilt and cushion a while ago. And so, you know, when you work with the fabric, and I chose it as well to work with, and I really love the prints on it. This was designed, it's a mode of fabric, it was designed by the designer during lockdown, where she wanted things to be sort of quiet and gentle and, reflective and reflective of her sewing hobby, and I think you can really see that. It was all about making time and living in the moment, and it's beautiful. And Ben the Fairy is going to take £5 off. So it was £37.45. Now you get 10 pieces, now £32.45. You get 10 fat quarters. So they all feature sewing type themes. So you've got the little embroidery scissors on a pale grey background. Love the pins, just all dropped over the blue background. You've got this lovely diagonal stripe, which makes me think of sort of bias binding. It is printed diagonally as well. You've got the little square, almost like little pinheads in a pale grey. You've got that bias binding in peach. Then you've got this lovely cross-stitch pattern with the pale grey background, and then in the peach you've got the cross-stitch motifs. You've got like a house, a pair of glasses, a heart. You've got the little dots in peach. You've got the cross-stitch in blue. You've got the diagonal bias stripe in grey, and then you've got the cross-stitch in peach. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But there's only one of those left. Okay. Brilliant. I love that fabric collection. I would recommend that. I've got a little bit left and I love it. I kind of saved it specially. Right, I've got another fat quarter bundle. I've got bits of fabric everywhere. I really like this one because I said earlier, I love fabric with words on. I don't know why. I think it's just because when you cut it even into small pieces, you want to keep going back to it to see what it says. This is a really nice collection. So, this is lovely. Cozy Up Cool. There's 8 pieces in this fat quarter bundle. So this is the colour of the background of this is like a grey brown. It's really gentle and soft. It really complements the mustards in it. £26.99. Wild, not bad for 8 fat quarters. It's all trees: dogwood, elm, hackberry, white oak, persimmon, sweet gum, pine oak, fir, magnolia. So you've got all that one with words. You've got a lovely gingham. I don't know can't think how to describe that, but it's sort of grey and brown at the same time. I'll think of that one. You've got the same colour background with the floral. So this is where we're introducing the colours now you've got corals, peaches and mustards. You've got a smaller floral. Isn't it a lovely colour palette though? And then you've got the same text fabric but in a lovely sage green. You've got this smaller floral in the sage green, the large floral in the sage green, and then finally you've got this little acorn print. It's such a pretty collection, but the colours feel really up to date. There's something, it's quite traditional with the flowers and the checks and the text, but the colours are beautiful. They're soft and gentle. £26.99, beautiful fabric collection. We are very low in stock on that one as well. What shall we do now? Should we do a little charm pack? So this is a 5-inch charm pack. Very confusing, all the names for these. So a design roll is one of these, where you get your 2.5-inch strips. If it's by design roll is the generic name. If it's by Moda, it's called a jelly roll, but the generic name is a design roll. Now, a 10-inch charm pack. That's a 10-inch charm pack. Okay, basically 10-inch square is called a layer cake by Moda, but it's actually a 10-inch charm pack. You can get 5-inch charm packs. This one, yeah. So this is a 5-inch charm pack. So there's a big difference, obviously, between a 10-inch charm pack and a 5-inch charm pack, but you will also hear 10-inch charm packs referred to as layer cakes. You shouldn't have this one. Should we not be selling this one? Oh, we're going to. Okay. We're not supposed to have this one, but hey-ho. £14.99. So this is a K-Facet 5-inch charm pack. So in here, you are getting 42 5-inch squares for £14.99. These are fab, aren't they? Again, do you know what? Simplest cushion quilt in the world. Just sew them all together. Because they're only 5 inches. Well, they're 5 inches, so obviously with a 1/4-inch seam allowance, once you sew them together, they're 4.5 inches. Pick your favourite 16. Like this. Or 9, but if you want a bigger cushion. Then pick your favourite 16, or if you can't decide, just pick 16. Put them all out like this. And seriously easy. Sew them together. I mean, that's just, oh, let's put that one in there. Colour gloriousness, isn't it? You could sew two together. Draw a line down the centre, diagonally. Sew 1/4 inch either side, open it out. You've got two lots of half square triangles that will look like that. So you could do that, sew the whole lot together into half square triangles. You could then sew them together so that they are pinwheels, or you could just sew them together like that. But it's a really simple way of doing it because it's already cut out into the 5 inches for you. And you don't need to think. Remember, with them, quite often you will get 1 or 2 of the same print. So separate them all up. If you can't decide, just pick them and randomly go. But you might look at that and go, oh well, I don't want the same colour because this has got greens in it. It's got spots in it. It's all in there. But I love these. In fact, this is the only 5-inch charm pack I've got in my little shop today. £14.99. Absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? But we do have this in the 10-inch. Well, I haven't. Oh dear, oh dear. We do have it in the design roll. Yes, so I'll just put those away. If you love the fabric but you would rather have the design roll, we do have it in the design roll. That's what it looks like when it's beautiful and undone, and this is what it looks like when it's been undone. So exactly the same fabrics, but if you fancy a design roll instead, in fact, do you know what you could do? Get the design roll, get the charm pack, use this as sashing between all the 5-inch squares and borders. Amazing, amazing. Just go through your stash. I mean, even if you just look at this one, if you love the fabric, go, right, well, I've got that orange, I've got that pink, I've got that green, and then you can really make it go further. Or when you come to buy plain fabric, how you can make it go further as well. So that is the design roll in parakeet. Right. Let's do a design roll. Oh, I like this one. Completely different. I'm going to keep going back. We'll just go backwards and forwards. This, sorry. Oh, you need the code for it, don't you? It is MDW121. Now, this is Mode of My Country by Kathy Schmidt Studios. I love this one. Look at, I love the design rolls. Can you see the colours there? So this, $47.99, deal fairy. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. That'll do. £40.49. Now this is your real traditional quilting colourways. This is what I think of. It's beautiful. It's red, blue, and that lovely neutral linen colour. Look at these. This is gorgeous. So I'm going to do it that way. So you've got stripes. Look, you've even got a sawtooth star quilt block. And when you look really closely, it's even got the running stitch lines on it. Oh, that's beautiful, isn't it? Can you see? So these are sawtooth stars, which is one of the traditional quilt blocks. And then you can see the little running stitch lines. Isn't that lovely? It's those details, isn't it? Then you get some more stripes. You get a lovely block there. You've got even the sort of the plainish low volume are really nice. Look, there's that block again. Words. I'm sold. We've got words. Except I've turned it upside down. What do the words say? Proud, splendor, allegiance. Oh, that's nice. We've got more grungy plains. You've got that same lovely floral print. You've got words in red and white, stripes, and even that's got a little running stitch in blue on it. There's the pinwheel in red and blue, more words, the pinwheel again. So this is where we're getting that lovely beigey linen colour. Pinwheel in blue. Love that one. Beautiful, isn't it? So if you love those really, I mean, they're not primary, but they're really subtle, gentle, sort of antique reds and blues. This is gorgeous. Let's put that one over there. Let's do a little fat quarter bundle, just because. Yeah, this one is called WYC 172. Just a little one. Right, so this was red patchwork 4-piece fat quarter pack, was $6.99, but now $4.99. Oh, this is lovely. This is actually even worth opening up for $4.99. Look at this. So you get a fat quarter, just checking whether it's American, 45 by 55 centimetres, red floral. Lovely red gingham. How nice is that? That's a picnic, isn't it? Look at that. Then we've got a lovely pretty red floral. And then we've got a dark red floral. Now, funnily enough, there are more people who've got this in baskets than we've actually got. So it is fastest finger on the buzzer. In fact, we could sell out 6 times and we still wouldn't have enough. So if you want this, you need to click very quickly. How many have we got left, Ben? 4 left. Quick. It's going to go. Right, we'll leave it there. It's going to go. But don't worry, we've got one in green. So if you want it, quickly click before I unwrap it. $4.99. So we've got green floral. I'm laughing because Ben and Charlie both together went, ooh, green floral. You watch too many sweet corn adverts, boys. So So we've got a dark green floral. We've got apple green floral. Then we've got like a deep green floral. And then we've got a green stripe. $4.99. Can't go wrong, can you? Can't go wrong. $4.99 for 4 green fat quarters. 100% quilting weight cotton. Honestly, cannot go wrong. Now, once again, we have more people who've got this in baskets than we actually have in stock. So you need to check out. We don't want you to miss out. So please, if it's in your basket, do check out. Right. I've got, should we do this last fat quarter bun? Different though, but it's fat quarters again. It's called Posh Hedgehogs. I've never met a posh hedgehog. Have you? What's the difference between a normal hedgehog and a posh hedgehog? That's not a joke, by the way. I don't know what the answer is. Why would you call it posh hedgehogs? Do you think posh hedgehogs live in posh gardens? You know, maybe... Oh, this one has already been reduced. So this is $27.99 for 11 pieces of posh hedgehogs. I've no idea, but let's have a look and see what a posh hedgehog is. So you've got 11 fat quarters here. I'll open that one up. It's quite nice to see this one. I think they're just people who live in posh, maybe they're like fed posh food by posh people. So there's your posh hedgehogs. And then what we've got is fat quarters. These are, I won't open all of them, I'll just lay them out. So they'll take me ages. Then we've got like a turquoise one with a geometric background. We've got a lime green one with oodles of posh hedgehogs on it. I think these might be hedgehog footprints. What do you think? What is a baby hedgehog called? A piglet? A hoglet. I know the collective noun for hedgehogs. A prickle of hedgehogs. Isn't that lovely? Yeah, and if it was babies, it'd be a prickle of hoglets, wouldn't it? Oh, that's so sweet. I want a posh hedgehog. I think this green one is hedgehog footprints. And then the complementary fabrics, you've obviously got, you know, they're geometrics, but they're using all the prints that are used in the hedgehog, so it really goes together. This, to me, this is like nursery makes, isn't it? Baby makes. You know, if you've got a new baby on the way, make them a special changing bag. You could make a changing mat for them. Little drawstring bags to keep everything in. This just feels like the colourway, it's fun, it's pretty. But if you love hedgehogs, just for you. More hedgehog footprints in peach. The colours are really clean and clear and pretty. Love that little, that blue with all the little feathers on it. And then finally we've got hedgehog prints in the pale blue. Really pretty. Now $27.99, that's already been reduced. 11 fat quarters, posh hedgehogs, $27.99. That's lovely. I mean, you know, just cut it into 5-inch squares, to be fair, and sew it together. Simple baby quilt. Make nice cot bumpers as well. There we go. I'll move that one to one side. Oh, which one? Oh, the Moda Beautiful Day charm pack has just sold out. Oh, that's that one there. Okay, I'll move that one there. That one's already sold out. That's that one. This one, Sweet Baby. Whoa, I'll show you it. It's about to sell out. Sweet Baby, there's only one left. I'm not sure. £27.10 for a 10-inch charm pack. That's strange. I'm surprised it's that price. Look, I'm going to show you very quickly for the one very lucky person. It's really pretty. It's whimsical. It's like artist illustrations. It's called Sweet Baby, but it can be used for anyway. It's like, it's gone. It's gone. I'll add it to my pile over here. Let's do another charm pack, shall we? 10-inch charm pack, otherwise known as layer cake. Moda Rainbow Garden. How much is this one? $28.79. This is an amazing price. We've got, this is really pretty. We've got apples with faces. We've got stars. We've got suns with faces. I love these. Look, the earth with faces. So this is great for children, or when you just want something bright, if you want a big splash of colour. You've got red with stars, all primary colours and all quite fun. So you've got faces and stars. Look at that one. Make a load of placemats, table mats for the table. That'd get the kids to eat, wouldn't it? Sew them all to, you could even do it in patchwork, because obviously that's not big. But you could do like, you could sew them together, cut them into 5-inch squares, sew them together and make table mats. Wouldn't that be lovely? It might actually, it's quite nice when you do something like that, particularly if you make a different one for each child. To have a collection of them. Love these. Just, but they don't have to be for children, you know. Do you know, I would be more than happy. I'd put those two together. I'd be more than happy to have these. Stars. We've got more oh dear. Apples with faces on. 2 of these left. More apples. It's so much fun. 1 left. 1 left. Look, yellow strawberries, green strawberries. And more radishes. Radishes, carrots, mushrooms. I love the mushroom. 1 left. Who's going to be the lucky last person? So you could get all the vegetable ones and just make a long table runner, couldn't you? Sold out, sold out, sold out. Sold out, gone. Should we do another design roll? Oh, how about, now this one. I'm going to do this one because if this isn't indigo and honeycomb, I don't know what is. Kawa. Kawa. HFW195. This is like tie-dyed fabric. So this is Moda. This was $49.99. Deal Fairy. Diddly 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 doo. $43.29. Amazing. Now look at the colours in this. This is like deep ochre and indigo and grey, but all tie-dyed. Love the grey. Beautiful. Oh, look. Really nice, isn't it? This is like tie-dye, but also like kind of someone's been out with the potatoes. Really lovely. Oh, it's beautiful. I would sew this all together in rows, and I'd sort it by dark, going all the way up to light, and then make it into a big beach bag. Because they're quite long as well, you can make a really big beach bag. Make a nice sort of 4-inch cutout corner box bottom, and start at the deep navies, sew them together in strips, going all the way up through to the ochres at the top. It'd be like the beach and the sand. That's what I would do with it anyway. And then when it comes to the summer, if that ever happens, I'm not sure that it's been cancelled, you'd have a beautiful bag, wouldn't you? So $43.29. It's gorgeous, isn't it? I love that. It's really nice. I love the, and then you could stop with the grey at the top, because I think the grey would be the sky. I've got visions of it now. Actually, wouldn't it be nice to make it into a shirt like that? So you could do that. I mean, remember with all of these pre-cuts, they're really nice to sew together and then use them as a bigger piece of fabric. So even if you are making like a little summer blouse and you want it to be really unusual, sew them all together, make them into one piece of fabric and then cut out the pattern pieces. Because otherwise, we buy these design rolls and then we go, oh, well, I can only make them into a quilt. Well, no, you can use them as fabric. As long as you line it, or what I do, because I made a patchwork dress, I just trimmed around the edge of each piece with pinking shears and it didn't fray. I want a patchwork jacket as well. But the reason I haven't got a patchwork jacket is I can't decide on the fabric. If you've got a patchwork jacket, send us a photo because I love them. I just can't decide what fabric to use. That's that design roll. That is a lovely one, isn't it? Now, I've got a lovely one here. This is Moda, funnily enough. And it is Janet Clare To the Sea. To the Sea. I love Janet Clare fabric. ANW 134. I think I'm a bit of a sucker for blue, to be honest. I think that's it. And I love her fabrics. I like the fact that they are gentle and calm. And also, I mean, she's a fantastic artist. She illustrates them all herself. $44.99. So she illustrates all of them herself. And they are always beautiful. And again, remember, you know, use them to make things. Sew them all together. You can use them. I mean, to be honest, buy a couple of these, you can make the most beautiful log cabin quilt. So it all features nautical type themes. So you've got boats in indigo. You've got fish, shells in chambray, lighthouses in chambray. Look at the colours. Beautiful swallows. They are just gentle and soft and very naturalistic. They feel like you can sort of feel like the colours would exist in nature. Everything feels very soft when you do it. I mean, you've got the colour of sand there. Maybe I'll make my beach bag with this one. That'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? It's beautiful. Loads of you have got this in baskets. You need to get checked out. It's in the danger zone. But, you know, and if you use some and you've got bits left, just keep them. Because have you ever seen some of Janet Clare's things where she makes like little zip purses that are just made from 1-inch squares? So if you cut these as squares, 2.5-inch squares, when you sew them together, they'll be 2 inches. You can make tiny little purses. Only 3 left. And 9 in baskets. I mean, that's beautiful, isn't it? But you think of all the little purses you can make from tiny squares of fabric, and because all of the actual individual elements are quite small, it works really well. And then it goes really fast. So even if you've made something, you've got a couple of strips left, keep them, use them to bind the edge of a cushion, or use them to make a little bag. Right, that one's going to sell out. If it's in your basket, you need to get it checked out. What shall we do? Oh, we haven't done these yet. These are nice. They haven't got a code though. Oh, is it the same? Yes, there is. Yeah, sorry. It's WHYV35. So we've got a design roll, but we've got plain but not plain. $29.99. So it's called Tonal Design Roll. Oh, is that pre-fairy price? Deal Fairy has struck his magic wand, $24.99. So these are, I would say plain, but they're not plain. They're like a sponged. Do you remember we used to do sponging in the 80s? That's what it looks like. So you've got a slight texture, which is quite nice. But look at the colours. You've got grey, purple, brown, dark green, spruce green, dark red, we've got apple green, we've got light grey, mauve, purple, dark pink, orange, light blue, turquoise, mid blue, ocean blue, bright blue, running out of blue names, royal blue, dark red. Actually, do you know what? I think the way this has worked, I think I might have just gone the same colours twice. Quite possibly. Oh, no, maybe I didn't. Oh, I don't know. I think I did, actually. Anyway, $24.99. Anyway, you're getting 40. That's an amazing price. You're getting 40 2.5 inch by 44 inch strips for £24.99. So say you want to make a rainbow quilt. It would be really nice, wouldn't it, if you did, you could do like a rainbow wall hanging with it. You could do, again, join it all together in strips, starting from the bottom of the colour rainbow all the way to the top. Join it all together in strips, then cut it the other way into 2.5 inch pieces. And you'll have loads of squares all joined together then. And then use that to make something with. It'd be fab. Is that a good idea? Oh, I don't know what's happened to my hair. It's really annoying me. And then you can make that patchwork jacket. You might need more than one jelly roll, design roll for that. It would look fab. But also, do you know what? If you just need some fabric because you want to add some, you need some for handles. This width, the design roll width, maybe you want to add handles. You've made a bag, you need some purple handles. All you have to do is, depends on, you take one of these, fold it in half lengthways, sew it together, turn it right sides out, you've got a handle. If you want the handle to be wider than that, sew two together. Turn it outside, you've got a nice wide handle, you can sew that onto the bag. So because you've got so many colours here, if you just want to bind the top of something, or maybe you've got a cushion and you want to do like a bound edge, then you've got those colours here. You don't ever have to use the whole thing. It's just quite nice having those strips. Maybe you've made a quilt, you can't decide what colour to bind it with. Join all these together and do a rainbow binding. There we go. £24.99 for that one. Yes. Oh, right. So the cave, there is one left. It was £47.99. Special fairy dust, it becomes £44.99. There is only one left, so I'm not going to get it all out. One left. We've got purples. This is rainbow, isn't it? Purples. It's all cave, obviously. We've got greens. We've got yellows. We've got oranges, pinks, purples. Have a look on the website. If you click on there, there'll be a picture of the whole thing so you can see it properly. There is one left, but not for long. So I'm just telling you. But there's more people who've got it in their basket. So if you've got this one in your basket, I don't want you missing out. That would be a shame. Should we do another Moda? This is the last 10-inch charm pack we've got left. This is Kate's Garden. No, it's Kate's Garden Gate, actually. There's a lot going on at Kate's Garden Gate. This is a Moda one. So was £47.99. We're going to drop it to £40.49. Let's start at the back. So we've got that lovely, oh, that reminds me of like a really old-fashioned little girl's dress, doesn't it, with that tiny print. So you've got, these are your real classic quilt colours. That brown is very classic, isn't it? We've got the large full-blown roses. Then we move into, this should be called antique quilt blue. They're always that shade of blue, aren't they? I tell you what, that pinwheel quilt that Amanda did would look nice in this, wouldn't it? If you've got the instructions, you only need one of these, would look nice, wouldn't it? You've got that mid blue. Very antique, isn't it? Big floral. I love that one. I just like that colour. And do you know what? When you look at fabrics like that, you think, actually, you could just take that colour palette and use it for something else, couldn't you? Because those particular shades, that might look nice as a crochet cardigan. Look, then we've got more flowers. And then it comes into the light, it comes into this cream, but it's a really nice like rich buttermilk cream. But if you've got the instructions for the Pinwheel Quilt, I think that would look amazing in it. So that's Kate's Garden Gate, £40.49. Right, I have some design rolls. Oh, I've done that one. Oh, now this lovely fabric collection. Do you remember we had the fat quarter pack in this? Oh, sorry, the code is something or other. UOW183. So we did the, we had a few of these earlier, but we've now got the whole design roll. So Moda Seashore Drive reduced from £47.99 to £40.49. Look at the colours in this. Oh, I like this one. We've got purple. Oh, let me do that. Can you see? That's better. Purple in florals and ginghams, and sage green in florals and ginghams, and teal. And we've got words. What do the words say? Live in the sunshine, sand beneath my feet, bring sunshine wherever you go, swim in the sea, boardwalk, sun-kissed. See, sunshine is the best medicine. You could just cut that out as a little label, just want the end of it, and sew that if you've made somebody something, or just on the edge of a little bag, just as a little label with those words on. I think that's lovely. Always keep all your scraps. I love this like milk chocolate brown in the flowers. We've got the words on that one as well. Crosses, checks. Then we've got like deeper milk chocolate, flowers, and then we've got this really citrine yellow sunshine and little floral prints. It's beautiful, isn't it? What a very pretty collection. And look, the words on this one are in rainbow. That's a really nice collection. £40.49. It's pretty, it's light, it's whimsical. Perfect. Should we do another cave one? So JSU 137. This one is called Mars. So let's have a look at this one. This one is Mars. We'll unroll it. There we go. So the colours in here are very, well, I was going to say very purpley, but they're not actually. They're all sorts of colours. We're going to reduce this from £44.99. I'll just flick through them for you. To £40.99. Oh, £40.49. So we've got purples and oranges, all sorts of colours, but they are all bright and zingy. £40.49. Aren't they gorgeous? I love this one. It's like I'm trying to think what animal has spots like that. Maybe a mythical one. Look at this one, like rainbows. I don't know. Oh, that's got like little flowers in it. Beautiful, like a mosaic. That's the regimental tie. I know that one. That's the cabbages. Love that one and that one. So £40.49. They're all bright colours. It's just very cave. You've got all of his really bright, zingy purples and greens and yellows in that one. Shall we do a Moda one? This one is called Stitched. Oh, this is pretty. This is very pretty. Oh, this is like really, it's like your sort of traditional quilt colours, but they have really brought them up. They're very clear and clean, very, very pretty. So I want something ridiculous, Ben. No way. So was £47.99, £37.99 for a design roll, for a Moda design roll. That's ridiculous, but we're going with it. So look at isn't that pretty? It's almost like a spearmint turquoise together. And you've got that print in the flowers, and you've got it. Look at this one. I thought they look like little cherries, but they're little red. We've got words stitched in this lovely, but that's a beautiful shade, isn't it? And then you've got it in red and white, and the stitched is actually made out of little crosses. I like the red. It's like, it looks like strawberry jam, that kind of red. So it's just a very pretty colour palette, but very traditional patterns. It's just very sweet, isn't it? Look at the large floral print. And I like the way that the colours are echoed throughout. So you've got the lovely apple green of the leaves, then that, and the yellow of the blossoms moves through to the primrose yellow in this print. You can see that goes with that one. And then the green that's in the leaves is in this colourway here. It's really nice. So £37.99, and even the neutral shade is really soft and gentle. And then we've got the soft linen, and then it goes, and then you get the same prints, but all with a white background instead. So pretty, isn't it? I think that's well worth having. If you've got that in your basket, you need to get checked out on that. £37.99 on that one. Well, do you know what? I've got 4 left. I've only got 2. No, not all. So this one is, yes, DVUI 52. I've got that one. Oh, well, I've got 2 others there. Maybe they were, okay, they must have sold out. So we've got 2 left. Fabulous. Why are you asking about quiche? Are you a fan of quiche? I love a quiche. I love a quiche. What's your favourite quiche? Mine is salmon. I love a salmon quiche. I prefer that to a quiche Lorraine, to be honest. Spinach and ricotta. Yeah, no, that's nice. I had a quiche Lorraine once in Strasbourg, where I think is where it was invented. And honestly, it was one of the best things I've ever eaten. I think you cannot beat a homemade quiche. They knock spots off supermarket quiches. They're just amazing. Oh, I love a quiche. Yeah, from the Alsace-Lorraine, which is where Strasbourg is. So a quiche Lorraine in Strasbourg is amazing. I don't know, why are we talking about quiche? Now, look, £40.49 for K Facets Classics Equator. So the colours in this are very warm and red and steamy, which is just what goes on at the equator. It's always hot there, isn't it? Always hot. It gets dark at 6 and gets light at 6. Weird. So look at the prints are a mixture of floral, geometric, and spots and stripes as well. But it's all these beautiful, hot, equatorial colours. So if you're bored of this cold, rainy weather, but you want to add a bit of warmth and heat and joy, then this is the one for you. So £40.49. I like this one. I love the pink spot on this sort of chocolatey brown background. I think that's really nice. And then you've got the chevron, feathers, and big cabbage heads. That's a lovely one. So get this one while you can, because that is only £40.49. You're saving £7, £7.50 on that one. £7.50. That's amazing, isn't it? Right, we've only got one left, which is this one. Moon. So this is Tula Pink Moon Garden. £43.19. Look at this. So we've got, well, it's Tula, isn't it? We've got it's pretty mauves and greens, look, and slightly mad with mad flowers and owls that are purple. It's lovely, this one, isn't it? Get this one while you can, while it's such a bargain. Look, you've got these amazing animals all over. I think that might be a snake. Birds. You've got these lovely, joyous greens. We've got bees. It's slightly futuristic or more fantasy. Look at the birds. But it's beautiful, isn't it? If you love Tula, it's worth getting this one while it's at the bargain price of £43.19. There we go. Well, we've got through all of them, which is amazing because there's absolutely loads of them, so I'm quite pleased. Thank you for joining me today. Sorry I had to swap with Vix, but she wasn't very well. She got a bad cough, but hopefully she'll be better tomorrow. She said she just needed to get her medicine to kick in. But a week on holiday, see, that's what it does. So she should be with you tomorrow. Anyway, with 8 o'clock, it's all about the needle and thread. Love needles, love thread, so do get them. It's important you always have the right one. Adam Brooks will be with Vix at 9 o'clock for the Auburn Blazer pattern. Ooh, that'd be nice. Wendy Gardner's back, but as a guest this time, 10 o'clock with her brand new complete book of sewing techniques. Oh, it will be so lovely to see Wendy again. So please do tune in and send her your messages. I know she'll love to hear them. 11 o'clock, Adam will be back with the Sussex Seamstress staining shirt. And Yarn Lane, 12 o'clock, it's Julie Crowther from Dewey Jumbo. Oh, that's going to be a great show, isn't it? Oh, shame I'm missing that, actually. Anyway, thank you so much for joining me today. It's been a pleasure to be with you on a Sunday. Have a lovely rest of the day. Do stay in if it's raining. Just watch the telly, eat chocolate. And I will see you back here a week Monday's time. Bye for now.